All right, it is 8:30. We are in the Commissioner's Courtroom in the Aransas County Courthouse. And call this workshop meeting to order. Please stand and join me in prayer.
Father God, we're probably in one of the most important times of our county right now, we're gonna be making decisions that affects the taxpayers, it affects the employees, it affects the whole county, Father. And from what I've seen, budgets get pretty uh, contemptuous sometimes when you start having discussions about money. And, and we're imperfect. I'm imperfect for sure. And I just need, we just, I ask that you just give us clear heads, clear minds. Just calm us when we get through these discussions, Father, and just let us hear what's being said and help us guide us to make decisions that are the best decisions for everybody affected. And I just ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right, roll call.
Commissioner Cheney,
Here.
Commissioner Casterline, Commissioner Russo, Commissioner Dupnick,
Here.
Judge Garza.
Here, we've got a quorum. We've got 4 members present. I'm going to strike item number 1, which is a convenience to closed session. The agenda item doesn't meet the requirements of the Texas Open Meetings Act, so I'll just have to strike that. We'll revisit that another meeting. That's striking item number 2 as well, reconvene into open session. We'll move on to the budget at 9. The schedule shows the county treasurer starts at 9, so we will go into a recess and come back at 9. So thank y'all for being here. Sorry for getting y'all here so early, but when I found out that there was a mistake, it was too late to do an amendment.
What's the deal on the wording? What does it need to say?
It needs to be a little more specific. And we're gonna be here all day. Hopefully we get it done today. And if y'all need a restroom break, please speak up. It's hard to concentrate when you have a full bladder. And I'm probably the worst one, so I'll let y'all know. But let's go ahead and go into a recess until 9.
Sounds good.
Thank you. All right, it is 9 o'clock and we're gonna go ahead and go on with this meeting, but we're gonna do another roll call.
Commissioner Cheney,
Here.
Commissioner Castelline,
Here.
Commissioner Russo. Here. Commissioner Dupnick,
Here.
Judge Garza.
Here, we've got a full court. We're gonna move on to item number 3, general discussion of the 2025 budget with elected officials and department heads as scheduled. First up, Madam Treasurer. Good morning.
Morning. I have several departments, so we'll start with the treasurer first, which I have no changes on there except for the insurance premiums, $240. I don't know why. It was 800 instead of 1,000, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4 employees and it's 260 fees, so that's a yearly thing. I don't know why. Premium? Yeah, the bond premium. All my people have to be bonded. The only other thing is the office equipment, and as I'm sure you'll see with everybody else, the moving and stuff. I'm now gonna have separate offices for some of my people, and so bare minimum, some sitting chairs or whatnot. I just don't have any idea what I might need. Because we are moving into separate offices, bare minimum, at least some sitting chairs, like the payroll office, so somebody can sit down at their desk. So that one, I'm just guesstimating. That's all I have changed.
All right. And I guess commissioners, y'all know this doesn't include all our burdens, the increases on salaries or insurance.
Right.
Right? Okay. All right.
I do have step increases requested for those that earned them, but I don't know if it's put in there.
You have what, Alma?
Step increases for
Okay.
next year, but I don't know if is it in the numbers?
They're not in there at this moment in
Okay.
time. We typically don't add that until the second round
Right.
of budget workshops. Once I get all, I guess salary discussions, what we have today, and then I can put everything in.
Okay. All right. Your next one. Page 71.
Which one you going to?
Step-
Hotomoto?
Yes.
So the collections through May for venue is right in about equal. For some reason, the hotel motel collections are down a little bit. I don't have an exact percentages, but usually we shoot for a 5% increase over the year before, so like me and Jackie were talking about earlier, we won't really make that determination until we get like 1 more month's worth of collections towards the end of the budget process. But it's not increasing 5%. As far as the request for hot fence, Jackie probably needs to go over that one. I don't have.
I did make a copy of all of the requests that we have received as of today, and I gave that to you guys this morning.
Have they passed the deadline to submit or?
No, sir.
And these are all actual, when you talk about the hot ones, that's all actual requests that we received, not just rolling over from the previous year.
That is correct. Those are in there. I might not have put in, let me go to that real quick here. Some of them were a little higher.
My understanding,
Give us the page number.
since we just received this, Tana, I'll look at these documents later, was
I'm
that,
sorry, can you say?
my understanding was that they were just asked to submit a letter with a dollar amount, no backup.
Some submit a backup, but not everybody does.
Did
But
you request one?
We've never requested any
Okay.
backup. That actually will be with their quarterly updates is what they submit.
Normally, the county judge's office is the one that contacts all of them, and I know Tracy sent out the notices for them to submit, but I don't know if it includes that.
Have they not sent in any of the ones that normally get it,
I'm sorry, can you say
and
that again?
any of the ones who normally get hot funds not requested?
Well, last year we added in the pottery fair. I think is that the Council on Aging does a bountiful bowl. They didn't submit anything, or the Hummingbird Festival, Seafair, they did not submit
Hmm.
a request, and neither did Oyster Fest.
First Fest, it's almost like it begged them to submit.
We didn't receive anything for them. We did get a new request, the Wings Over Rockport. They submitted a request for 25,000 that I did add a line in there. I didn't put an account number there just because to see if you guys approve that or not before we create an actual account number. The Rockport Cultural Arts District, they requested, let me see, the 55,000. Let's see, the
Art Center. It
Art
says 45 on this
Center.
one. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
They asked for that in the past.
And we've not approved it.
And
I think they're actually the only one that we didn't approve what they asked for.
you've always, approved the $2,000, the original request that they have in the last year or so requested.
Right.
Oh.
But they never put down, I mean, when they apply for this, with these letters, they don't put any documentation of what they want to. I know you said it's during the,
They don't submit documentation, but in the letter, a detailed letter, it does explain what they want to spend it on.
Well, I know I talked to the director for the Center for the Arts, and he has a very detailed marketing report, which he gladly would provide. And actually, I think he brought a copy by to the judge's office.
Oh, okay.
So the amounts that we're seeing here are not going to be the final amounts.
Right,
These
they're not.
aren't really based on reality.
So in that proposed column, that is a calculation based on the hotel motel tax. But because we don't have that revenue
Right.
in there at this point, those are understated.
Based on the percentages.
Correct. Yes, sir. So, but I do know in their letter, they did request 45,000.
Right.
Which I believe is a
And
little
they,
bit higher than.
the Maritime Museum and the Friends of the Fulton Mansion are the three kingpins of our tourism.
Yes,
Here.
ma'am.
I mean, I know people come to fish, but the people who don't fish like to go to those things, and some of the fishing people do also. So I'd like to just move past it if we can until we get better figures.
All right,
Okay.
move on to page 126. I'm sorry, 74. Venue tax.
So that'll be more like 76.
Similar, except for, well, the expenditures. They don't look like they have changed, have they?
what page was that?
76.
76, sorry.
The, finance transfers have changed a little bit. They are what's actual for 25.
And what is the 20,000 for professional services that was added?
That is for your collection software.
Oh,
request.
okay. I'm just not used to it sitting there.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't miscellaneous, right? Okay.
All right, any questions on that? All right. So move on to page 126.
Which fund is that?
That is indigent help. 126 is a cover letter. It's 128.
So there again, I don't have clear numbers because this is based on 8% of our gross tax levy, which we don't have until later on.
Okay.
So whatever that percent is what will come in for the indigent healthcare expenditures. Exactly what that number is. And we won't have that until what, June or July?
And then you'll plug the figures for what you think you'll be spending on the
Right.
other items. Okay.
It'll just be an allocation between the different medical line items, but it will equal exactly what the 8% of the gross tax levy is
Okay.
total.
You're talking about 640, number 640 on that page?
Yes,
Well, all
sir.
of those going down. Let's see, nothing's been allocated for all of those line items.
And that's why we left all of 25s blank. Just, we
Okay.
won't really have a number.
All right. And next, page 129 is a cover letter, 130 and 131 is the actual budget for the healthcare sales tax.
So the revenues are running about equal on sales tax collections. So, there again, we usually look up to 3 to 5% increase over the past year. So I'm not so sure if we're going to be able to do that this year because they're not coming in.
Yeah.
That being said, I do have an additional, request for healthcare sales tax expenditures that I just got in today from Real. I know Commissioner Russo and Duke both have been sitting in on some of the meetings for Real, doing the micro transit. And so they actually in September are opening an office over on Market Street behind Rosita's. And so they have asked for support similar to the rental support that we give to South Texas Family Planning. The reason it may fit into the healthcare sales tax is because the people that are going to be riding the bus are in the category of our indigent clients or the elderly. And they will be probably starting out going to the pharmacy, going to the grocery store because they have no other means to go get their food. So,
They take people to the doctor.
and to some doctor's appointments that go into Corpus.
Where did
but
you say
they're-
their office?
It's
Real. There is gonna be on Market Street behind Rosita's and I think there's a little building.
I saw them at a build.
Rosita's Taco.
I saw them at a building right there at Mathis and Market Street, just on the, I want to say just east of Rosita's. They were looking at a
Yep.
building over there the other day.
But they are trying to promote and open up and serve more people. And
Yeah, they're
If-
much more
if you think the
aggressive than-
category fits.
Yeah. How much did they ask for?
They asked for.
How about if I turn it off, it might even be better?
so their request is 24,800, which is $1,600 a month rent, plus I guess they need to spend an additional $5,000 according to the letter to up the driveway since they're moving in. So
You
I'm
said
just throwing it out there for your
24,000?
consideration.
4,800.
24,800.
And then last year for 410 in the professional service, we'd added money for spay and neuter. Are they using that?
They are, yes, yes, ma'am,
But not as ambitiously as we thought they might.
correct.
Okay,
It
so
looks like, well, 5,000, is that correct? Expenditures?
yeah, so I mean, if you figure maybe by the end of the year, it'll be 12,000 or 15,000. There might be some that could come from that.
I think since one thing, so I think since Caitlin came in there, it seems like starting to get her
The dogs moving.
feet under her there. It's going to be picking up more as far as that goes, because they are getting more active.
Yeah.
And not all of that 5,000 though is for, I think more of that expense is for the cremation and burials.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So back to Real with them moving over here. In the past, they've talked about furnishing buses to like for festivals and events and stuff. If they're moving over here, is that mean, maybe they're gonna actually have some
Well,
stationed here that.
We brought that up in the meetings, and I believe you were in on that meeting when we were talking about that. What they have come to the conclusion, instead of having like a regular route, which people can't get to where the bus picks them up, we're not big enough for a regular scheduled route. This is what they're calling micro transit, which is, if you just imagine, it's run more like on a Uber
Yeah,
basis
They
where
go,
you.
they go to people's houses.
Yes.
Pick
Yeah.
'em
And
up,
you
yeah.
get on the app and you set it up, but it's a quicker turnaround than what they're doing right now, where you have to make an appointment to go.
But
and
that's not
the
what I'm
next day.
talking about. In the past, they talked about that they would be willing to bring buses to shuttle people when you had different types of event where they would just be going from where the parking lot is to the.
So I'm
green.
sure the organizations like Seafair or whoever's doing it, all they would probably need to do is sit down and discuss it with them. I'm sure they would do it.
Yeah, they were open to that idea.
Yeah, they brought that up in the past,
Yeah.
and I think they were asked that, and it was, to me, it was kind of surprising that they seemed to, but they've always been real receptive to almost anything.
But they are bringing in, was it 2 more buses? I can't remember the
I
numbers,
don't
but they
remember
are
if those
bringing
meetings were
in
too long.
and working more hours because they're trying, they got some grant money for this transit, rural transit, whatever they call it, micro transit. And in order for this to work, the community needs to support it. People need to ride the bus. So,
I think it's, I mean, you have the funds in the account, I think it's,
Yeah.
at least
but starting out, the
try it
people
for a
that,
year and see what happens.
the people that are riding the buses will be those in need of going to the pharmacy, to the grocery store, to their doctor's appointments. Right now, if they're on our indigent program, we're paying for those rides. They contact us and we show them eligibility, and so we are paying for the indigent people out of the indigent healthcare right now.
So if we give this allocation, will we still continue to pay for the
Well, those
indigent?
were only for people that are qualified in our indigent
Okay.
program, which is a small, very small percent. There's a
so
lot
yeah.
more riders out there that are
Don't
medical
qualify, okay.
related or health related, needing food, pharmacy. For
All right.
consideration.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Well, there's the assistance.
Oh, is there one more? Oh,
Alma has a
183.
lot.
My bad. 183, assistance fund. Page 183.
But the assistance.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
So basically no changes on that, but there again, I have the money sitting there for that, a new office and in the new courthouse of $2,000. They need some sitting chairs and probably some type of a reception desk. I haven't figured that out yet, but
Like the counter. Like
right,
Okay.
something.
I built one by Renee.
Well, he did a good job over at the library.
Yeah.
He built what?
One of her gentlemen built a fantastic new counter at the
Well,
library.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. She has
I'll be
carpenter.
calling him.
You'll be
Uh-huh.
going over there checking it out.
Uh-huh. All right. Any questions for the
Thank
treasurer?
you.
All right.
That it?
Thank you. Thanks, Alma.
Thank you, Alma.
Can we take just a little break? Colin, can I get your help on this over here? I need to fix the spreadsheet that's linking.
So we were almost done.
Hmm.
Let's get
Can I take a picture of your tabs? Emily to bring someone else.
Yeah, I have a few.
Oh.
None of-
I'll ever bring some because you might have more. That's a great idea. Yes. We're waiting for Colin and then Commissioner So went to go take a break real quick.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
I was gonna say, are you busy?
There wasn't even a festival,
Hey, it's quiet during festivals.
huh?
I've noticed typically it's quiet during festivals. Thank you so much. I got it on the fourth. I think so, yeah.
You're on call? Oh,
Yeah.
boy. The amateurs come out.
Oh, yeah.
Throw in the heat and the alcohol, huh?
I remember it well, snack it, it was a benefits.
Yeah, I just noticed that work with, employees that were more irritable, everything was just, you'd have guys would start getting more conflict with each other
All
and
this stuff in here.
customers get upset.
Yeah.
Your dad would really, he dealt with it. all.
Counters. Renee.
Yeah, because he got home and it's like.
Renee, when we move out, when we move out, is all this staying or do you have to demo anything? Oh, okay.
It's not about, deciding what really the screens.
Oh, okay.
Because it used to be that we were taking everything, but now I think the, new tenants will be utilizing, they're looking at the ceiling grid lighting
Oh, okay.
and some set off, so. Plus, we need to discuss generator.
Right.
Outside. I'd like to see who those. If we can.
You're missing.
Maybe someone was stealing.
Put it on.
I know, it's like,
I just made an observation.
That was a joke.
That was a joke, folks. It was a joke.
Remember your mic's turned on.
I
Yeah.
had it off then, but probably was heard anyway.
All right.
here we go.
Good morning, Judge. We are on page 24 with yours.
I noticed there was one thing that was left off on the salary, part-time or temporary help. I'm not sure which one you see. But it's, should have been an additional 3,000 is what I added on mine. There may have been a reason why they left it off, but they could have put it somewhere else on my budget. But that was for the appointed JP is why I had added that funds in there. They may have been taking it out of the regular full-time employee money, which I don't care as long as there's extra money in there for the appointed JP.
So you need 3,000 for an appointed JP?
I just, yeah. I
Well,
wasn't-
Hannah,
I
did
don't
you
even
put
know how much
3,000
we've used.
someplace else?
Your mic needs to be clear.
I did put it in the 103, in case,
Okay, so okay, so.
I
you
did
added
include it in the 103 line. I did not create the overtime line in the event you did not approve. if you do approve that, then I will create the,
Separate it out.
yes.
Okay, so as long as it's in there, so that way we know that we have money budgeted for an appointed JP. I don't care which line item it goes into, as long as we have some money in there.
I had a question, though, why the salary for regular full-time employees went up? Almost
That is
41,000.
The grant funded position. That is strictly from last year's, because it was not in the proposed budget for 24 at the time of approval. Then whenever that was all approved, we received the grant, and now it has become a grant funded.
So that's the second case manager position.
No, that is for our LCDC. I still have a second JCM that I need to hire that has not been hired because I was trying to get everything situated. Not to mention, we have no room here in this courthouse. And I was anticipating that we were already going to be in the courthouse when I put it in the budget. And we're not there, and I still have no room to bring in another person.
What is LCDC?
The
License.
licensed chemical dependency
Okay.
counselor, that's Donna White, who we have got under the grant,
Okay.
which the grant has been approved again for the next year.
It still goes in our general fund, but it gets, okay.
Right,
gets-
it gets
okay.
allocated differently. And the only other thing, well, I had some minor stuff, but one of the other things I had was the office furniture. Not gonna have enough furniture once we move into the new courthouse
With the two new positions.
with the
Okay.
positions, correct.
And you put that under office supplies, right?
I did put
Office
that
furniture.
office furniture.
Down at the bottom.
Oh, okay, okay.
Any questions for the judge on her? Okay,
No.
we'll move on to page 141. Actually, 143 is the budget part. That's your juvenile case manager fund.
The 143 is. I don't know what she's got.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 144.
Yeah, okay, so the 144, there's not much changes there because that's for the second employee once we come in. The only thing is down at the bottom where we have the vehicle for the machinery and equipment. We were able to purchase the new vehicle for $19,850, which they have on here that we have $7,000 in that account. I don't think that's correct.
No, the $7,000 difference is from a budget of 21,000 for 25 versus the 28,000 budgeted in 24.
But we never had a 24 for the 28. It
The
should have
sheet
been
that you
21.
turned into me for 25, you had 21,000 in there. That's why I put that in there.
Oh, okay.
Do you
But-
anticipate getting another car this
Not
next
yet.
year?
I'm gonna wait because of our interlocal agreements every 2 years. And we've got to get through 2025, so I'll add it for the next budget. I'll request it there and then trade in this other vehicle.
So do we need to keep the 21,000 in for the 2025 budget? Well, she said she was gonna,
Okay,
Yeah,
so I
because
can
the
take that out.
interlocal will expire in October of 25. So I'll wait until 26 budget.
Okay, okay, I can take that out.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for the judge? Great, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
So we're just talking about a car. Is the old constable's car, I see it in the parking lot here all the time, but if somebody.
It works on and off because that law enforcement, they put some kind of device in there. I don't know.
My
No,
thought is
the-
if nobody's gonna use it, we need to get rid of it.
If it's-
Well,
Yeah.
listen, we use it every once in a while. We do
Uh-huh.
use it, but we can never, we always have to call maintenance to come get it going because there's something.
So Renee, can you get that taken out? Whatever that,
There is, it has to be taken out according to the sheriff because they do it as some kind of lease and it affects it every time.
Would,
We have to
would
check.
fleet maintenance do that work?
Mhm.
Okay.
So there is an issue with that car.
Oh,
So
that's
yeah,
good to
let's
know.
get it fixed or get rid of it. Do what? Was that what you were talking about trading in?
We traded in the red car already.
Yeah.
So I'd like to trade this one in for the new vehicle. That
Okay.
would drop our budget.
But still might be good to get that device
We gotta
removed,
get that device, 'cause
so it could be
everybody-
dependable for your.
Right on,
32.
perfect time. Page 32 for Renee. Budget dropped.
Renee,
Hi. You're supposed to put that up.
That is red pen.
Yes.
we got an ongoing joke about red pen.
So I was gonna start off with the facilities budget.
Yeah.
In which I'm not asking for any changes. In dollar amounts.
So I noticed utilities went up, and is that just based on the fact that we're gonna be in the courthouse and that's an anticipation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then insurance went down substantially.
We moved those expenses out of facilities and more appropriately located.
Into
them.
their respective departments?
Yes,
Great,
ma'am.
thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Does anybody have any questions about facilities at all? So then I would go straight into parks.
And
Page 51.
Sorry. And again, there is an increase, actually.
No.
Decrease there.
so
Decrease.
tell
Yeah,
us what all that
decrease.
is used for.
That's for utilities.
That is Tiger.
And that went down
Yeah.
because the new
So does
person
that
was
need
gonna
to,
pay the utilities, right?
so what do we use the rest of what's in there?
Any kind of maintenance that we have to do to Tiger Field, we continue to mow part of the culvert when needed.
Right,
But for the most part, they're beginning to take care of everything over there.
but that seems like a lot for mowing the excess outside of the fence.
Mhm.
If that is there anything else that,
Well, we used to take care of more than that, and I was just gonna leave that in there to see how this worked out with Legacy. In case there was an issue with the building or such.
Are we talking about the
So-
1,500? Commissioner Castelline, or are you talking about the 7,500?
I'm actually talking about the total of the whole budget.
30,000 of it is for the pool,
Mhm.
the city.
City of Rockport Pool,
Right,
Okay,
but we left the 7,500 in there just to see how it was gonna play out the first year, first solid year.
yeah, I think they're having some issues. The judge was talking about. They don't use the lights, but there's like a $750 a month bill. I'm assuming because of the type of power that they have. Bob probably could answer that.
Yeah, that's a general, what they call a general service rate. It's a small, business commercial rate.
Uh-huh.
And
Mhm.
that's based on your demand, the
Yeah.
peak usage. And when that peak is set, that stays for, I think, 6 months yet. And every 6 months, if it goes up, if the demand goes up, that would go up also. But if demand, even if you don't use it, once you set that demand, it could sit there for 5 months and it'll stay at that same demand charge, because that demand charge basically is rental for the facilities that are needed in place to run the power when you have it.
On the 440 stuff. I had it. in my-
Exactly.
There was a point when we had it, that the bills were running anywhere from $700 to $900, but we found that the people that were using it were keeping the lights on
Yeah.
during the night
Yeah.
for security.
Well, but the $700 is the it's a
Yeah.
flat deal.
Yeah, it
because
really
of
doesn't
the
matter if you keep the
type
lights.
of
if you
power
use
that they have.
It really doesn't matter how much you use in a way. Once you've set that peak where you've used so much of the equipment availability, that sets it. And you could run it for one day a month, and it'll basically be the same charge if you ran it for
So Bob,
all month.
Why was that? Why was there a difference in the bill then?
Our bill would fluctuate
Yeah.
between 300 to 900 based on usage.
It would spike.
Now, I know there was an issue with Tiger Field Legacy where inadvertently, when we went over to P3, they actually took the account back and P3 was penalized for early termination. That has been taken care of. I'm assuming they were supposed to get with their contractor and get it back. And that was like a $700 and something
Yeah.
charge that they were getting charged for early termination, but that should have been reversed.
Yeah. But the energy
I don't
charge
know.
is a factor, what they actually use. But once you set that demand, that's the biggest part of your electric bill. I mean, it'll stay there.
so
with-
Bob, I was telling the judge, say, they're not even using lights at night, so if they would decide to not use night lights anymore, they would basically have to turn the service off and have it full set.
Yeah, and there's a thing, if you have it off, if you turn it back on in a certain amount of time, you've already set that if it's the same customer. So it's kind of a tricky deal, but the company, they could talk
Anyway.
to the provider about that.
Okay,
We'll let them take care of that.
I think Jack might have something he wants to bring up.
Yep.
Sorry, say again?
I said, I thought maybe you might have something you wanted to bring up.
Oh, yeah, on the swings, how we doing on the swings?
The swings, I got quotes for as you requested. I did look at Amazon at the two sites that you had forwarded me. I looked at commercial playground equipment. Most of them do not have rope swings. What you requested, I get quotes on were rope swings with plastic seats with one seat, baby seat, and adult and I believe toddler, right?
Right.
Those range anywhere from 40 on the cheap side to 80 to 100 a piece. I think that if we got the amount of swings that you requested, we could get it under $1,500
Okay,
for all the rope swings.
yeah, they don't have to be rope swings, but for the wooded area and everything, I thought that would be good. Because they're guaranteed for the life of the swing.
Right.
But,
Well, that's what I got quotes on, because that's what you had requested.
Mhm.
I did get quotes on swings that had wood seats as well.
Well,
That
that's,
seemed a little bit more sturdy, so
that's fine.
it would have to be up to the court whether they decide that we do that. So I got the quotes. for you.
Is
Yeah,
Lewis
really think-
Park the only park in that? I won't say a public park in the county?
In our Parks Department, we have Tiger Field and Lewis Park,
And Murph Park.
Murph Park.
Murph Park.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
And
Yeah,
Murph,
Murph
Murph
Park,
Park
yeah.
is maintained by the.
Yeah, the
Navigation
navigation
District.
district.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's in my parks budget?
So I'm kind of like
And
what
look,
Bob said, if you're gonna budget for one precinct, you need to budget for all of them.
Yeah.
Personally, I really think that we could figure if we could legally surplus Lewis Park.
and I was thinking of one thing I consider too, like, we have at Connie Hager, you have Friends of Connie Hager. If there was an organization like Friends of Lewis Park, maybe that could take it.
it's no longer there.
Yeah.
It's no longer there.
Connie Hager, is
couple
that
years.
not under pathway?
Yes, it is. But we have Friends of Connie Hager that lease that. So.
And they do some work.
But we had given thought to Tiger Field, or excuse me, Lewis Park, having Friends of Lewis Park. I don't know how that would play out.
Well,
It-
the thing about it is, that park's been here a long time. It's been, what, 17, 18 years now.
There's
And,
never really been a park there, right?
Well, it's been a park. I mean, you got people.
I mean,
over
when the subdivision, they originally had a swimming pool there and all
there. Yeah,
that.
they don't have that now.
And when they closed it, they tore it up or covered it
Yeah,
up.
it had basketball court.
Really should have went to the
Swim.
homeowners
Yeah.
association instead of the county.
Well, there wasn't an HOA at that time.
I don't believe according to the lease that we can, or the deed that we can sell it,
I don't-
according to Jen Osteen, if I remember correctly,
No, I think Jen said that we can sell it.
we can.
That's
Okay,
what-
I didn't think.
Well,
that we
that's
could.
not our agreement with Mrs. Lewis. I mean, if the court wants to go across what the agreement was with Miss Lewis.
Well,
and
the
she
the
did it,
agreement
that's
is,
up to y'all.
the agreement is in writing. Where she transferred it is the only agreement that there is.
Yes, ma'am.
So. And it would cost less than.
So we have two public parks in the county, and you're telling us it would cost less than $2,000 to put some basic playground equipment on each park.
I didn't say each park.
No, but
I
you
I
quoted
I
for one
quoted-
park.
I quoted Lewis Park for the amount of swings that Commissioner Jack Cheney wanted. And their rope swings with plastic seats, and I
Okay.
opted to go a little further with wood swings, and I'm telling you, yes, that's about what they.
Okay, so
I
if we,
wouldn't recommend purchasing rope swings. But that's what they cost.
okay, and if we wanted to be equal on both parks, and even if we want to do a little bit nicer, it would be still let's say $2,000 for each park. And right now we're arguing that instead of doing that, we should sell the piece of property.
I think
I-
there are more things to consider than
Yeah.
the cost of the swings. There are liability issues.
I
There are also issues that, my understanding is people currently park over there as it is anyway, for excess parking, which is, threatening the health of the trees. They're very large
They
oak
don't
trees over
park
there.
in, they don't park in the park. They park on county property that everybody else parks on.
No, I'm just
that is
saying that
not
that's
a
what's
valid
been
argument.
reported to me.
Okay, well, it would probably be healthier for the trees than if
Yeah.
there were some swings there instead of people parking there.
I'm just concerned, what I'm concerned about more than anything is we have 4 precincts and there's,
If you're gonna budget for
Property.
one precinct, you just will budget for the others because somebody from those precincts is gonna come ask for this
I'm
same
just-
thing.
I'm
once-
just looking at some options here.
exactly, yeah.
And
And-
so if we only have 2 in the whole county,
But that's my
So-
concern. There's actually property in precinct 4, I know, where you could, it's county property. There's property in precinct 2 that are basically used for lots right now for equipment. I'm just concerned someone might come along from different
Yeah.
precincts and say, what about us?
You're gonna,
So-
I
That's
think
gonna
that the
happen.
parks, I think parks help all the precincts.
and
really
so another option would be to look at having a friends of each of these parks and asking them to raise money to, if they want to raise money to put some sort
I
of
think
playground
it's
equipment.
More applicable that they set up a friends in that in that area and take it over. We give it to them, we turn it over to them, whatever we can legally do to.
And
I
divest
just feel like-
ourselves of the liability of anything that
Right.
happens.
Exactly.
Disperse it to a homeowners group or property owners group.
The rope swings idea, I am not by any means against parks. I used to work parks in Colorado and you know that, Commissioner Cheney, so I like parks. However, rope swings, that are rated 500 pounds, that's great, but you have, a tree limb that may not be rated 500 pounds.
Right, Amanda,
That big.
these
So-
swings are hanging
Oh,
from
yeah,
the
no.
trees.
Yeah.
Tree limbs.
I didn't
tree
realize
limbs
that's
are
what
that
you were talking about,
Yeah.
actually
so
putting them in
that's-
trees.
No, we're not talking about
I feel
structural
like-
swing.
Sorry, Colin. I feel like, I just want to make sure that everybody was aware of that. So I am not at all against parks. I just think that rope swings tied out to a live oak tree limb is a risk that the county probably shouldn't take.
Right.
If we're gonna go, we need to build
Yeah.
a
exactly,
swing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we did get, Commissioner Cheney, that was 2021. I think it was that we got quotes for 2021 or 2022, that we got quotes for actual playground equipment. And I believe it came in, we would have to look into,
Yeah,
we
we
actually
looked at-
researched to see if the swimming pool had been punctured to make sure it doesn't collapse.
Swimming
Since
pool
you're gonna-
Yeah.
Right.
Bottom's been busted.
Exactly. So we found that out and then we got quotes on the playground equipment. And it was at $27,000 to get, I think, a swing,
Mhm.
a couple swings, a slide and a mulched out area with the rubber mulch. At that time, I'm sure that price has gone up, but
Yeah.
Probably look for donations.
Well, I put out on Facebook as Commissioner Russo stated, I put out on Facebook to look for donations for coming in. I had like 9 that were willing to do that. But if we know that we can put them in there, see, right now I can't put them in there. They're in there right now because citizens put them in. And and they're used a lot. But you know, it's a area where you've got a lot of young kids. We don't need slides. We don't need anything that will rust. So we can use chain swings or whatever. But if the city, I mean, if the county is not going to fund public things like that, then we need to get at least the county to allow us to put swings or something like that in there. Because we got about 30 kids in that neighborhood, you know, and I mean, if you want to, I think every precinct has a place for a park, but I'm a parks person, you know.
So Amanda, can you relook at the deal on Lewis Park and see if we can, however it transferred to the county, and see if we can lease it to a fringe group or something, or what are our options that we can do with it?
And that they could then assume the liability for it also.
I mean, if the people that live in the neighborhood that their kids are gonna play in it aren't interested in it, why should we be?
And obviously, I think at the end of the day, all of us would be interested in there being some sort of playground.
Yeah,
It's about who can pay for it. And we can do that.
liability and things like that.
I'll.
Thank you.
thanks.
Thanks. So venue,
Where are we at?
80.
80, I'm sorry. Page 77, yeah, 80, venue.
Okay, so the pathways budget, you'll see we took over the website, so Colin has allocated for that $900 for the website cost.
Is that under professional services?
Looks like under a maintenance agreement.
Oh, okay.
And then two items that I am asking for is a camera for pathways. We utilize our phones in the field to get pictures of birds, alligators, the public events and such. Sometimes it's difficult to get a good picture to post on Facebook and in our Instagram and social media, which is part of our marketing scheme, if you will. And would like to get a camera. I think this is on the lesser end of price for a camera.
Where did you put that? What line item is
That
it?
is
I can't
Is that
tell.
570?
570 office furniture and equipment.
Okay,
We
But
do have,
$10,000?
No, $600.
600, okay.
so Melissa is our Pathways administrative marketing person, and she's doing a really, really good job at getting events to each location, and really a fine job. I think if you've looked at the Facebook page at getting pictures of birds, live shots that are professionally done.
I agree.
So I think it's really helping us get a lot of hits on Facebook, and I don't know much about Facebook. Colin laughs at me, but our likes have gone up considerable. And so since she's been in place too, we've had a lot of activity on Facebook because of that. So
Is 600 enough? Because I think I was gonna buy my wife a lens once. It was like 800 and I didn't.
yeah, well,
But-
she's got her camera, I mean, that's worth thousands of dollars. I just want to start off small.
Okay,
And see where we go with that. We can get a good camera with a good enough wide lens. She's got a camera where she can get up and get like fine tooth feathers on birds and stuff like that. So we want to go there eventually if we continue to be successful at it, then we'll talk about it then. But I think to start off with.
Okay.
it'd be just
So
$600.
Renee, do you have anything that you use? I mean, places that you have issues with? Do you have any game cameras, anything that take pictures of intruders or?
We tried using game cameras and the game camera is only as good as the person who has to come and check on it and the batteries and such.
Yeah, the better kind is to have it where you have a deal where it comes to your phone
Right, exactly.
and you see picture,
Right.
can
We-
be instantly.
We, knock on wood, have not had any issues at our sites. We haven't had
Okay.
any dumping, illegal dumping. We haven't had, knock on wood.
Can't
We haven't
vandalism.
had any damage,
No.
from, kids playing at night, or we just haven't had any issues.
Yeah. I guess the
That's
biggest
good.
problem, what I understand y'all have had is probably, I want to say, maybe homeless people coming in and messing with the
Irrigation.
Well,
irrigate drips and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they're trying to take a shower.
But they're not doing really the actual
Yeah, they're.
high
pulling-
cost damage.
Right, they're pulling the hose out and using it to take a shower, rinse off. So that's it.
So what's the $10,000 for?
The $10,000 is for a deck mower with a trailer. We're utilizing the facilities, deck mower right now, and so that mower is mowing everything the county has, property wise. So we need to, sometimes we have two people, so we need to mow at the same time. We're having to wait in line for that mower and that trailer, so.
And that's causing wear and tear on your
Exactly.
facilities equipment.
Exactly.
I know one thing you're not mowing anymore.
Oh,
Little
yeah.
base, little
Thank
base.
goodness, right? And that's it on pathways.
Perfect.
And then on the detention center, and I don't have a page number on mine.
I don't see it either.
Probably be around 39 maybe, or?
So on the detention center, we separated 450 and 451 is now the facilities budget at the jail.
Oh, okay.
You find it?
So you have 120,000 in there?
Yes, ma'am. We're not changing the budget for the detention center either.
Okay.
Okay.
We're taking.
So year to date, it shows nothing's been charged to that? Is that correct? But you've been doing maintenance over there, haven't you?
Yes,
So where's that showing up?
and 567, 450.
Do we need to do a detailed listing, Renee, and?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
So a journal?
Sorry, we can do a detailed listing and journal
Mhm.
that over to 451.
Since we
We'll
changed
work
it,
on that
yes.
together. You
Mhm.
can go through those expenses.
Okay.
I mean, are they basically the same thing? They're
I'm
almost,
sorry?
they're almost the same thing. Why would you charge one and not the other?
Because the detention center has a maintenance budget too
Okay.
for themselves.
So this is
Oh.
just when your department goes over and does the repairs? Or
Oh,
maintenance
okay.
work?
We do any kind of maintenance, but they have some maintenance that they take out of their own budget.
And theirs is a 450 and yours is 451.
Yes,
So when you
correct.
do stuff,
Mine
you,
used to be the 450 and then we created, because it was getting convoluted, the 451.
Okay.
so when you do stuff, you charge it against their budget?
I do.
Perfect.
Which brings me, if anybody doesn't have any questions about that. So I just want to bring to y'all's attention that we're moving into the new courthouse soon, hopefully. And we'll have a community center. We'll have the Aquarium Education Center. We already have the Public Safety Center, the Detention Center, the Tax Office, the Library, the Environmental Health Building, Road and Bridge, Airport, History Center, Aquarium, Annex, Animal Control, A&M, Facilities Office, Shop, the current courthouse, Pathways Office, the new courthouse, Elections. And I wanted to bring to your attention as to why I'm asking for an HVAC technician full-time. Roberto Garcia plus one or two of my other staff are taking EPA classes to try to help Roberto out. To give you an idea of how many units we have, instead of going through and listing them all, I'll give you a total. We have 116 split system equipment pieces, meaning they're split systems. So you have an HVAC unit, indoor air handler, and you have a condensing unit outside. So for the 116 times two, the pieces of large equipment that we have to take care of. There's 36 mini split systems that take care of all of the IT equipment or any internal dispatch, their equipment and Collins equipment over there at the Public Safety Center, as well as the Detention Center. There's 11 rooftop units in the county. There's 13 wall units. There's 16 purge fans, purge and exhaust, so double that. That's life safety systems. There's 5 dehumidification devices within the Detention Center and the Public Safety Center. There's 5 standalone heaters that are gas heaters that hang from the ceiling that heat the mezzanine space. There's 51 exhaust fans within the buildings that we own. And there's 2 fresh air intakes, number 16 and number 17 at the Detention Center. Large air flowing intakes. That's 253 pieces of equipment. Now, mind you, you have to do the times 2. That Roberto Garcia alone has been trying to keep up, and we very rarely have to call out an outside vendor. So we do have people learning on our team to do the EPA and interested in doing HVAC. However, with the amount of square footage we have to take care of and the amount of equipment that we have to take care of, I am requesting to be able to hire another HVAC technician. We will do so going and utilizing Del Mar, the school, just kind of like we did with Roberto, get somebody that's fresh out, and or the idea was to send one of us on our team that is currently showing interest to school.
And we have an education stipend still, right, in the
Yes.
personnel policies?
I think it's like
Mhm.
2,000.
And it's a lot cheaper to do it in-house than do it contracted out.
Mm-hmm.
So how many calls are we getting a day or a week or a month that they're having to spend HVAC time on every day?
Every day. Got two today.
So it makes sense to go ahead and get
Mhm.
2.
And we get called in on the weekends.
Yeah, I know
On
y'all-
average, it's about every other weekend. And when it happens, it's usually a couple times because there's been an incident, power fluctuation that causes issues with the HVAC and so.
You probably don't have any,
There's some things that we can do with, put a pass-through in or something like that to level out that surge. And that's something we need to think about doing, have your people look at doing, $200-300 addition for each unit that saves a $5,000 unit. It might certainly be worth looking into and having your HVAC guy where he can get him trained to where he can install that.
Right.
Because that surge suppression, we don't have a lot of it here, but in other areas, we have a lot of surge suppression.
We do have protection on some of our smarter units.
I'm not talking about lightning protection.
Right.
I'm talking about actually dips in the power.
And we have some of that on
Good.
some of our smarter units that we just had installed.
Are they working
19
well?
and 20, they're hospital grade equipment.
Are they working well?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They're working well.
Just something to think about.
I think it's a good idea to do it. I mean, that
I do too.
you stay on top of it pretty well, charging off to the different facilities, and when the aquarium comes on, that will come out of hot funds or some other kind of designated funds.
Right.
Rather than general fund and any others that you can.
when do you call outside air conditioning guys? Is it because Roberto, he doesn't have the time, or
Rarely is it, he doesn't have the time, to
Okay.
be honest with you, it does happen, but, a lot of times if it's something, so Roberto, I hired Roberto from the airport. Roberto was fresh out of school, and so he didn't do residential. Roberto learned large commercial grade equipment fresh out of school. So he's an oddity, actually, coming out of school. He graduated at the top of his class. The only time I call somebody other than Roberto is if rarely this happens, Roberto says, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with this equipment. Or B, it's a carrier unit or a unit that we cannot get parts for on our license. And so we have worked good relationships with various vendors throughout the coastal Bend area that will let us order equipment on their name. So we can do that, but when you use particular vendors, or excuse me, brands, you have to call that
Oh.
company so that's when we use them.
So they're proprietary to
Right.
whoever their dealers are.
Yeah, carriers the worst at that.
Do you have any
Good-
other,
good
I
equipment.
mean, that's a good reason not to buy Carrier.
do you have any other items? or do you have-
Yes, I would like to also, considering the fact that all of the pieces of equipment that I just read to you means that for every time a motor breaks down, a fan breaks down, belts break down, Freon, we have to buy this. We're either having them ship it here or having to order it, research it, and that's usually my job. On top of going out in the field and checking on buildings and certifications and re-inspections and on and on and on. I have held off to ask for a full-time admin for quite some time, but I knew that it was going to come down to when we got into the new courthouse. And I would like to add a full-time administrative person. I want this person to be a little more than that. I want them to be able to know the language in facilities and to be able to make purchases and such when I'm on vacation or out.
Do you have a part-time assistant?
I have a part-time assistant.
Would that position go away if a full-time
We
position
would be
was
getting rid of
created?
the part-time budget, yes.
So you're looking at hiring a facilities maintenance employee and assistant administrator?
Yes,
But changing a part-time to a full-time?
correct, yeah. Yes.
But would that position then be posted, or you just handle it however you want to handle it?
The full-time? Yes, we would post it.
All right.
Anything else?
I wanted to mention about vehicles. So I didn't want to really come in here and ask for a new vehicle, but I do want to put on the record that if the sheriff is getting rid of vehicles, I want one that he's getting rid of.
Did you hear the discussion about the constable car?
Not that one. That's what I told Judge McGinnis when she walked out. Good luck getting any money for that car.
Are you just giving us a heads up? You'd like one of the surplus from the sheriff's office, which I think you've had before. Right.
That's all of our vehicles are
Okay.
surplus vehicles. We run them hard in there, so that's fine with us. We don't need a new one. Also, I would like to let you know that I have gotten quotes for fire suppression, alarm systems, inspections, backflow inspections and everything at the new courthouse. Not yet on the community building, but they are gonna fall in line cost-wise of what we already pay. So it's not gonna be that much more. So I did get quotes on all of that. So we should, next year, when the warranty period's over, then we'll be able to stay within the budget, I think, on that in 2026. Sorry, I had to think.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
All right, thank you. And we're off schedule again. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, County Clerk. Good morning. We're gonna start on page 15.
Put in y'all's, on your desks there, a narrative to my budget, which explains any pluses that I'm requesting.
Okay, I'm not gonna read this now though.
Okay. I increased, office supply, which is 310 by $500. Everything is costing more. And I'm gonna have to get all new envelopes, cards, anything with my letterhead on it, with the address on it. We'll have to replace when we move into the new courthouse.
310, you said,
Yes.
but it's showing that it's $3,000.
12403, 310.
Misty, how much were you requesting for that line?
Whole county's gonna be changing their address on everything.
I think I missed.
Put a mailbox out here.
A sign.
So you
Yeah,
run out.
hopefully nobody's ordering any new cards now.
Yeah.
That's under office supplies. I had 3,000 last year. I don't think we'll spend all that because I was anticipating moving. So I'm asking 3,000 again this year, I guess.
Right, that's in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Under postage, I'm requesting 400 more. It keeps going up. I think we're gonna go over this year. Sending out jury selection stuff is our number one cost.
You're asking for 300 more, not 400.
300 more, sorry.
Okay.
What number is that?
I just-
420? Okay.
And then for conferences, I'm asking for 2 more people to go to a conference. I'm working on cross-training my court clerks. And I want them to go to conferences for things that they don't do so that they can learn more. It's a great time to truly understand a position that they're not in all the time. Maintenance and repairs, I just added $50 because everything is just costing more. 420 and prep for if I have a turnover in the FTE again for my bond premium. And then when we get to the office furniture and equipment, all of that, everything on that has absolutely everything to do with moving in the new building. I had 130 in 24's budget to cover all of that. I have paid just under 20,000, half of the plat cabinets already. I had to do that to start the manufacturing process on those. We will shortly be paying half of the high density rolling shelves. I'm expecting an invoice within the next month.
But that'll be expensed in 2024.
That the half of it will be expensed in 2024. And half will come out in 2026 once they deliver.
2025.
2025, sorry.
So the 1,000 that's in here right now for 2025 of office furniture is not a reliable figure.
It is not.
It should be about
77,000,
How much?
about 77,000.
I'll update these.
Yeah,
too.
I have in there window coverings. But we have requested from PGAL. We know how much that's gonna help for them to pay those costs.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
So
All right.
I put it in my budget because it's gonna have to happen.
So I'm curious where you have the covering to do the oval top of them, why you just didn't extend the curtains up.
Because they would have to be on the outside of the windows and I have desks up against those. I would lose floor space in an already tight desk area because of the way the windows were designed. So we'll cut it out in the shape. It'll have a star on it. It'll fit with my patriotic theme. It'll be painted correctly for a patriotic theme to cover the top of that window. It's very, very, very expensive to get curtains that cover arches. It's about $200 a pop to cover arches where the Luan is really cheap.
I guess I'm not a designer. I would just make it straight across the top.
If I were not putting desks against those windows, that would be fine, but I am putting desks against the windows.
All right, so any other questions for the clerk on that one? All right, let's go to page 25. And we're on collections.
The only change in collections is that iPlow in October of 25 is going up. I think it's about $20 a month. So that was the only variance in that budget,
In October of 2025.
in October of 2025, and I did
Okay,
give that.
and that's under the maintenance.
It
agreement.
wasn't iPlow, I'm sorry, it was Clear, the Thomas Reuters Clear.
And that's under the maintenance. agreement.
That's under the maintenance agreements.
All right, any other questions on this one? No?
The,
Go
the
to-
only other thing I would like to say is I am requesting a two-step increase for each of my employees if they meet the merits.
I don't think we're deciding those.
Yeah, we're
We're-
not talking,
I just want it on record.
okay. All right, let's move on to number 85. Page 85. It's actually 86, 87. Records archive fee.
The only question I have, the proposed amount for next year, 80,000, which is what it was for this year. I believe we went over this a quarter or two ago. It was reduced by the state what you could collect. So is that 80,000 a good number or no?
It's hard to tell at this point. Every single filing in my office, that includes all court filings and all OPR filings, has dropped by $1. And it's running about $50 a week drop in fees, and that adds up quickly.
So I'm thinking 80,000 is not a good number for next year.
Commissioner,
Probably not.
we will monitor that, and before we come back in August, we will
Good.
make sure.
We will have more than one quarter to base it off of by then.
Thank you.
I do expect all of those funds to be at zero by August 1st, because we have a $201,986.64 due to co-file on August the 1st. So I'm hoping that the next two quarters are better than the first quarter.
All right, move on. Oh, sorry. Commissioner, you had a question or comment? No. Move on to page 104. This is the special contingency fund. And you're requesting $1,000.
Well, they're thinking they're gonna get that in,
Oh, revenue. Oh, okay.
but so far.
Oh, that's right.
There's
Oh,
no
there's nothing
expenditure
to
of that.
Okay.
This fund is basically if they can't afford their bonds, if there's a extenuating or additional funds that's required. This is the fund that would pay for a bond for these
Okay.
offices.
All right, and move on to page 108. I'm sorry, it's 110.
And I had the same question there about the 88,000.
Yeah.
So that will be updated when we get the next.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, and that's it.
Tana, this is not showing the second quarter's revenues, correct?
That is correct. Second quarter would be the end of this month that
Okay.
those transfers will be processed in July.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move on to Justice Piece 1. Morning, Judge.
This is
1.
one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're right. I had no question.
Anybody have a question? I have a question. Do you want to put anything for office furniture? Or do you have your new office in the new courthouse off?
Well, I have my furniture and my clerks.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna be on the, okay.
Yeah, we don't need.
Mm.
Yay.
I did increase the jury expenses. I had last year at 500 and I increased it to 300. I increased it to,
800.
800.
Cause so far it's almost at 1,400 for this year.
Yes. And I don't know what the difference is. There's just a lot more people showing up for jury duty than we have ever had for some reason.
It went up.
Yeah, it went up. That went up, and also there's something new that was passed, and the county attorney's office is no longer, I need to increase, I'm gonna request an increase more than 300. They're not allowed to contact them to work out a plea deal prior. The defendant has to notify. They would reach out to the different defendants and say, hey, I can offer you this. They're not allowed to do that anymore. So, if the individual, the defendant does not show up for pretrial, then we set it for jury trial. And unless they contact us, we can't contact them and say, hey, don't you want to try to work out a deal before you come to court? If they contact us, we will tell them, you know, you have the opportunity to contact our county attorney, just, you know, to discuss the case with him. And it's up to them whether they do or not. So I'm thinking that I would like to raise it to 1,000 at least. And hope, like I said, I don't know why everybody's showing up for jury duty. Usually we have to go around the courthouse and pick out of the offices.
So increase it by 500.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Maybe need a questionnaire. What are you doing here?
In addition, so it'd be 1,000 total, which seems too low too.
I know,
We're at
I
14.
question that, really.
Yeah. Well,
You're,
I'm just sort of keeping it low. Like I said, you really sort of never know.
The actual for-
1,400 right now, and you're not half the year.
And the actual 2023 was 2,300
I would recommend 2,500. I mean,
total.
with history on it for the last couple of years, I
Yeah,
would
for
say
a couple of
25.
years.
Looks like that's a good
I
estimate.
think so too.
So total, we're gonna raise it
2,000,
2,500
2,500.
For total.
for total. All right, any other questions for the judge? Perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess before we see the constables.
Oh.
Yeah, get carried away with it.
Hey. All right, up next, we got Doc Thomas. Constable. Precinct 1, page 34.
Getting a little carried away, $544.
Decrease.
So you want to actually save $544?
Probably. What did I save that on? Insurance? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Every little bit helps.
so you got your new car and equipment, you don't need nothing?
The only thing that I worry a little bit about is, and I didn't think about it at the time, but when we moved to the new courthouse, I do not have a county computer. Or I don't have a desk or anything like that, but I am taking one of the used ones from the JP's office
Okay.
over there. But a chair I may need. I don't know. We got a chair there in the office now, but it's really not mine.
You got on here $1,000 for machinery and equipment, is that?
Yeah, and I put that in every year because the video camera that we're required to carry,
Okay,
mine is quite old and I don't know when it's finally gonna go out. I've nursed it for the last 4 or 5 years now. But it could go out tomorrow, who knows? But until it does, I intend it.
That's body camera, body camera.
Body camera, yeah. And the last amounts that I priced one at was about 800 on up, but depends on what you get and all.
are you gonna need a computer? Do you have a computer here?
I don't have a computer here. That computer is actually precinct 2's
Oh, okay.
computer.
I have a full setup in our budget for the new courthouse for computer equipment.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Me too.
I mean, I had to
Good.
plug it in there, but
There you
they plug it in the office there, but.
All right, cool, well then, thank you.
I did.
Anything else? That's it?
All right.
Precinct 2, Constable Harrison. Morning. Page 35.
Thank you.
Just a couple of changes this year. Have to go up on postage a little bit. We've been using more postage. We've had more folks either dodging or school citations. Both of which, if we can't find them in person, the code requires that we both post on the door and mail. So that's why mailing is going up. On Conferences Association dues, I increased it by $100 only because we're reaching the end of the training cycle, and that actually covers the two subsequent increases. We're reaching the end of the training cycle. You have a 2-year training unit and a 4-year training cycle composed of 2 2-year training units. Unfortunately, like lots of unfunded mandates by the legislature, we have required courses as a constable that we have to make every 4-year training cycle. And we're coming up on the end of that cycle next year. The more unfortunate part is there are only 2 places that you can get the required training. One you have to get at the Bill Blackwood Law Enforcement Management Institute in Huntsville, Texas. And the other one is to the Texas Justice Court Training Center, which we can usually find some as close as Houston or San Antonio. And we have to attend those there. That's not something that our training division with the sheriff's office can do. It's legislatively mandated to those 2 entities. So that's why that's why I'm asking for $100 increase on the association and dues, a $200 increase in travel and meals, and a $250 increase in training. I am dropping my uniform request. We have 500 on there, dropped it down to 300. Shirts are pretty inexpensive, and I probably am not going to use that in my budget this year anyway. Haven't had any fights yet, so don't need to replace the shirt yet.
All right.
Okay.
Any questions?
Nope.
All right. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Iris, librarian. Page 95. Good morning.
Well, my budget hasn't changed very much at all, except I'm asking for a little bit more in books. but that's it.
But I noticed that to date, and I realize there could be reasons for that. You've not even spent $700.
We are working right now using unclaimed capital credits. We're using that right now.
I'm sorry, capital, what did you say?
Unclaimed credits?
Oh, unclaimed credits, okay.
Yes, from Alma, the treasurer's office. And then we'll work on ours.
Commissioners, remember, we actually changed that. The library was receiving
Right.
those. We are giving those to Children's Coalition.
Yes, ma'am. But in 2023, where it shows 14,000 for books, is that just what came out of the general fund? That doesn't include any books that were purchased with the, well, actually, it doesn't come out of the capital credit.
You know, I actually have to look at that and look at the detail on that to make
I
sure.
think that was, no, we had a capital credits account then.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Leave those. All right.
I don't have any-
And we're fortunate also to have a friends group.
Yes.
So they do provide other things that don't come from our budget.
All right. Any further questions? No? All right, thank you. And then Colin and Amanda are gonna switch places. Amanda's next. Page
Amanda's
26.
page.
Thank you, Colin.
Madam
welcome.
County Attorney, good morning.
Good morning. So you want to start with, I guess this is 26?
Yes.
So I tried to make some deductions where I could. Rockport Police Department has switched over to mostly sending us cases electronically. So one of the biggest office supplies that I buy are the folders that are specifically made for our office. And since a lot of things are switching over digitally, I'm not using as many folders. And those are actually extraordinarily expensive. So I'm able to not purchase as many of them, which is great because they cost so much money. Let's see. So I was able to deduct some from there. And professional services, most of what comes out of our professional services are for interpreters. Every once in a while, we have to find like some special interpreter that speaks something other than Spanish, like Vietnamese or something like that, and that can be very costly. I can't really predict when that's gonna happen. So it doesn't happen every year, but you can see some years. And 2021, that was not me. That was someone else, and they spent that on something else. So
So does an interpreter have to have some type of certification for you
Yes.
to be able to use them?
and in order to be a court interpreter, you actually have to be a certified court interpreter. So it's more than just being fluent in the language. So that's why it's so costly. But as you can see, in some years past, we've spent several $1,000s on it. So I just have to have that on hand if we happen to need it.
But you skipped, and it's not that much, but under gas and oil lubricants, is that the car the investigator drives around?
Yes. And occasionally, very rarely, someone else will need to drive somewhere and we just reimburse them for their gas. But we do maintain the truck that we purchased with our asset forfeiture account. We just, change his oil and reimburse him for gas. He usually gets his gas at the county
Road and bridge?
at Road and Bridge, so it's cheaper there. And let's see, I was just really going over the ones that I changed. For postage, I took a little bit off. Postage is going up basically every year. However, like I said, we're trying to do things more electronically, so I did take it down a little. Our conference dues, we still do attend a lot of conferences. So I didn't take it down too much, but if there's any conferences where someone in my office teaches a class, because sometimes I teach a class or Jacqueline teaches a class or Sarah, our victim assistance coordinator, sometimes two of us together teach a class, then we're able to attend the conference for free and we get the hotel room for free whenever we. So we're able to save a little money there, and frequently the state will actually reimburse us for most of our fees for hotel rooms and the cost to get into conferences whenever we go to certain conferences that are sponsored by TDCAA, which is a group that our office is a part of for Texas prosecutors. Let's see. I took out like half of the repairs and maintenance since we purchased a new vehicle and our investigators no longer driving an older vehicle. We shouldn't have to spend as much money on maintenance and repairs. And miscellaneous, we haven't been spending much out of that budget line item in general, so I'm just going to slowly cut it down until I, probably bring it down as much as possible. And court costs. A lot of that we also get reimbursed for by the state because our court cost line also includes like hotel rooms and travel for our witnesses and our victims in our cases.
Okay.
When it comes to the victims in our cases, our victim assistance coordinator submits that information to the state and they reimburse us per diems for food and mileage. And sometimes even when we have to fly them, they will reimburse the county some of that money. Sometimes all of it, but it kind of depends. It's usually more like 80–85% of the money they'll reimburse the county for. So that does bring us down to a little bit lower than it was last year. Any questions about?
The office furniture is just the new courthouse and the
Right.
offices.
And I intend on taking all the furniture we have now, but obviously we might find that we need another table or something might break in the move, or we need a couple of chairs or something like that. So I just wanted to make sure I have something in there for cushion.
Well, you're gonna have a conference room.
I am, but I'm budgeting in my asset forfeiture budget to buy a large conference
Oh, okay.
table. Any questions about this budget? No.
Nope. We'll
Okay.
move on to page 113. Law Library Fund.
Okay. So there's not much of or I don't know if there's really any change here. Our law library, since we switched over to completely digital, that dramatically lowered the cost of our law library. Having a law library is one of the things that the county has to have legally. So we maintain that, and we maintain the subscription to Westlaw so that people in the general public can come and research whatever it is they need to research. But we pay for that subscription, and that's really how much the subscription costs. We haven't, since we originally bought furniture for it, we haven't needed to buy new furniture, but it's just in there in case somebody breaks the desk or the chair or something, or somebody breaks the computer and we need to replace it. But so far it's just been there and working, waiting on people to come use it.
Last year, we talked about maybe setting up that computer with the software for the public over at the library. Are you
Yes.
still thinking of doing that?
Yes, after, when we move, I need to talk to some more about talk to the library some more about that. And if you've been to or past our waiting room, we still have all the physical books. So whenever we move, I need to surplus those because they're out of date since we haven't bought new ones since we entered our agreement. digitally. So I'll still plan on moving the computer over to the library where people will have more access to it, like on the weekends, and then surplus the physical books. Okay. Any other questions?
Go to page 120. 122. Forfeiture fund.
The forfeiture fund. So I don't have any huge plans for the forfeiture fund. I had in the budget for this year to purchase a large conference table for whenever we move. And for next year, I still put some money in there for furniture. So whenever we move, if I need any expenditures as to furniture, I can purchase that out of my asset forfeiture funds. Aside from that, there's just like some miscellaneous office supplies, some more oil, gas maintenance, if anything goes wrong in our investigator's car, and a uniform line item for him just for where if he needs any shirts, which he doesn't even wear a uniform shirt, but if he decides he needs one, or for badges and things like that. Because I purchased the county, the shiny badges, not the swipey badges. And I purchased all of our attorney and the investigator badges out of our asset forfeiture fund, the ones that are shaped like a star.
Mhm.
Okay.
And the 5,000 in donations, what's that?
So I'm able to donate money out of our asset forfeiture funds to nonprofits. So if you remember, it's usually in November. I usually donate a couple of $1,000s, maybe $2,000-3,000 to the CAC. And I do it at that time of year because that's whenever they have, I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but when they take the donations and they're matched. So,
Oh, the Coastal Bend Day of Giving?
yes, the Coastal Bend Day of Giving. So I always allot a few $1,000s for that every year, so that if I give it to them during the Coastal Bend Day of Giving, it's matched. And
Is that for the Children's Coalition, you said?
I usually give it to the
Does the
CAC, which is where they do the forensic interviews
Oh,
of
okay.
our child victims.
Okay,
Is that the Children's Advocacy Centers?
Yes.
okay, I misunderstood first. Okay, thank you.
And so that's usually where I allocate our funds.
I thought you mentioned, I thought you meant the Children's Coalition and they're not part of that sharing. That's why I was asking that
Oh,
question.
no, I don't think
Okay.
that they are. And whenever we do that, I think I usually come in and make that request for the check. Does it go through Commissioner's Court? Yeah, so you'll hear about it, but it's usually like the end of October. Any other questions about this budget?
No. We'll move on to the pretrial intervention fund,
Okay.
134.
Okay. So this is our pretrial intervention fund. So essentially, anyone who gets placed on pretrial intervention, which I can explain to anyone who doesn't know what that is, pays $500 to be in the program. Our office doesn't keep any of the money. All of the money goes to probation, who oversees the person who's on pretrial intervention. And they use that money to pay their employees and maintain the program. Says all our office does is ensure that they do the proper paperwork. So the money just kind of goes into this fund and back out the fund to the probation office.
So what Judge Jutnik was just talking about, I think it was Judge Jutnik, saying that they can't try to contact the person beforehand to see if they want to make a deal. They have to wait. Does this have anything to do with that or no, it's totally separate?
It's separate because
Okay.
Judge Dupnick is only talking about Class C misdemeanors, like tickets. And this does not apply to Class C misdemeanors. This is higher degree of cases. Because so a pretrial intervention is a type, it's like probation because you're limited on what you can do. So it could be 6 months to 2 years, and you do the same things that you would do on probation, like report every month, take UAs, take classes, maybe you take a DWI program, and things like that, but you don't have a conviction on your record. So it's really good for someone who has never been in trouble before, they've never been arrested before, except for the current case that they're on. And maybe they're a young person and they want to be able to keep their record clean. So they do this program and they're able to not have any sort of conviction on their record. So they pay $500 to be in the program, and that helps pay the probation officer in the probation office for their time, because they're not paying this normal court costs and things like that that would otherwise pay to support the probation office.
Thank you.
Do they pay a monthly fee too
They do,
for the,
right. That goes to the probation office too. So
all right, any other questions with this fund? If not, we'll move on.
that should be it for me.
Okay,
Is that it? Okay,
Okay,
that's it.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Desiree. Human Resources.
Good morning.
Morning, Desiree.
I don't know the process. Do I talk first?
If you have something you want us to know?
I mean, this is my first time, so just let me know if you have questions, because I got a lot of help from the auditors with this. So.
I think the only thing is, there was an increase shown and we were told that actually we're going to wait and determine later on if there will be increases or COLAs or both or neither or whatever. So,
And she's referring to the salaries.
yeah.
So we're not gonna look at that, but
So the only thing was the office furniture, the $5,000. And I was thinking that's,
There's
new courthouse?
5,000 on that? I put
That's 1,000.
1,000.
I said 1,000 on mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the treasurer, so I thought you were 2 pages. Okay,
Oh.
yeah, 1,000. And that's just for the new courthouse?
Yes.
Okay.
Just because we're going from 2 little closets to actual office space. And then we'll have a file room that we're also going to use as a maternity room to pump for
Mhm.
mothers that need to. So we anticipate needing furniture for that as well.
Okay.
You said maternity room?
Yes. So if a mother needs to express her milk, we need to have a locked room for her to do that. So we'll be using our file room for that.
Okay, that'll be for employees, a member of the public that need to do, mainly for employees. Okay.
Yes.
It's a fit.
I didn't know.
all right. That's it.
That was easy.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Stroud, good morning. Elections Administrator, page 27.
I guess I'll start off at the cell phone allowance. I am requesting an additional $315 for my part-time employee. And then next as professional services, or I'm sorry, maintenance agreements. I am requesting an additional $9,500 and $2,500 of that is for normal increases on our contracts for our programs we use. And then $7,000 for Heart Central, which is the high-speed scanners for ballot counting.
What line item is that?
That's 410.
410, okay,
418?
418.
418, okay.
All right, yes, I'm sorry, 418.
And say that again, 7,000 for what did you say?
That is for Heart Central. That's high-speed scanners so that we can count ballots at a higher speed. And there's actually an additional cost to that down in 570. But the high-speed scanners are if we need to count ballots at my office, like we did during our primary election this year. That is because we don't have this equipment. That's why we did not get our final results generated until 10:40 at night. And that was actually kind of the best case scenario for this. It could have actually taken a lot longer than that. There are circumstances where it could lead us to recount a polling place's ballots on election night at my office. And that's if there's a discrepancy between the number of ballots at a polling place and the number of voters who actually checked in to vote. If there's a discrepancy of more than 4, then we are required by law to recount all those ballots at our polling my office. And that's what we had to do. And with our current equipment we have, we literally have just had to set up the same scanners that are used in our polling place, and we fed 1 ballot in at a time. That's literally what we had to do until we were able to get those results at 10:40 that night. With these high-speed scanner, we'll be able to just load an entire stack of ballots into the scanner, hit scan, what took us hours, we'd be able to get done in 20 minutes.
So the 7,000 is for the maintenance agreement and the 61,000 that's sitting down there in 570, is that for the scanner?
55,000 of that is for the scanner.
Can that be used for any other purpose anywhere in this county?
No.
Because that's a lot of money for,
That is, it's,
One
the
use.
55,000 is just a one-time cost for the equipment itself. Now, I won't say it's a complete one-time cost. There could occasionally, things could be outdated and need to be replaced. But it is for the most part a one-time cost. Now, it is going to cost an additional 7,000 a year just to maintain the license and support on that equipment.
So that's the 61,000 because of that 7,000 extra.
no, the 7,000 is in the 52,000 of 418. But his 55,000 is down in 570.
Right.
I think is what,
Yeah.
Correct.
7,000 for the agreement, okay, gotcha.
but
And
there's
this-
no other department that could use that high-speed scanner?
No, it's proprietary equipment and it can only be used for ballots.
Can you tell the commissioners what triggered that recount on the primary night?
So that night, one of our locations, we suspect what happened was 4 voters checked in to vote, but they were never given a ballot. Due to long lines or various reasons, we suspect that the voter checked in to vote and then didn't want to wait in line to get a ballot, and so they just left. And that's what triggered that required recount. And that was just happened to be one polling place. It could, for all we know, we may have to do it to all of our polling places on election night. You don't know what's going to happen in elections.
So it seems like you might need to think about where the person checks in,
Yes, so
where it's closer to the,
right, and that's something that we're looking at, and I do plan on training my workers better on that, and I have drilled it into my workers' heads, do not check in a voter until there's no line in that controller where they get their ballot. But there's still other scenarios and situations where the same thing could occur. It's just, I can't think of, you just never know it's going to happen until it happens. That kind of.
seem like you could hire a lot of vote counters for that, for even the $7,000
A year.
But then you still have to go back. Because they can't hand count them that night, right? Isn't that what you're saying? That when you had to verify the number of ballots, you had to physically put them through the scanner you have? It wasn't like you
They had
could
to be-
divide them into stacks and everybody could count their stack?
Correct. They had to be actually recounted completely, those ballots.
But they
Through
can't
the
be
machine.
physically counted
Correct. Well, if they were physically hand counted, that would take
longer.
days potentially. I mean, it's not, hand counting is not the way to go. That's what it costs you, a lot more money and labor.
I'm just sitting here looking at what we're spending and remembering that used to be done in the county clerk's office.
I know.
Well, and I
But
tell
there've
you
been a
what,
lot of changes.
The
There
whole,
are a
I
lot
bet
of
the budget
changes.
wasn't $50,000 back then.
well,
Clerk
this,
says no.
this additional increase in cost for this equipment, I honestly can tell you goes straight back to this paper ballot thing.
Yeah.
If we were all electronic DRE system like we were a couple of years ago, this would not be an issue. This would not be a discussion we're having today. But all this paper audit trail is why we're having the discussion today.
And that's not an option, is it?
No.
Okay, I didn't think it was. So I have one other question. I mean, unless anybody wants to. Just under salary, temporary help, it's almost 53,000 in 2025. But we're not really going to have a major election in 2025, are we? I mean, I just thought that was high for an off year.
2020 temporary help.
Those are linked from a salary spreadsheet that we monitor in our office. We typically keep that in that budget, the temporary year round every year. You
So-
want me to drop that? That number doesn't come from Kevin technically. It is in our salary spreadsheet.
But
Part of what I did submit to, but I mean, you can update numbers, but part of what I did submit was basically giving us an estimate. I was estimating about 19,000 for temporaries for next year.
okay. I'm concerned because that's a difference of what, $33,000?
Change that. It would just be a different spreadsheet where that's linked from. I can do that.
What does anybody else think?
I'm okay with it. And then if you leave my central scanner in there, that could help different. Offset
Oh, I
the
don't think
cost.
we have a choice on this. Scanner, do we?
We do have a choice.
You
Maybe
do, but you do have a choice, but you have to be comfortable with the fact of results being out later than what you're typically used to.
Right. And if we had to do all 4 locations, that would.
Correct. It's gonna take even
2,
longer.
3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
So the deal that you fed them in the last time, one at a time, you only have one of those?
I do have multiples of those, and we had 3 of them set up in my office that night. But if I had to do all 4 vote centers, I would not have the equipment to do that. I would only have enough for 1 for every polling place.
So even with the 3 scanners you were using that night, it
Yep.
still was 10:30 or so.
Yep.
And it goes in, it's like.
Yeah, it's literally what y'all use at the polling place, it's the ballot. It takes several seconds for every single ballot to go through. And that particular polling place, we had close to 1,000 ballots that were cast.
What polling place was it? if
It
you
was
know?
the library. The busiest location. Yep.
They should come to early voting. What the heck?
Yeah.
All right, well, something the commissioner, y'all could think about.
So if I may ask, what number did you want me to change that temporary to?
What does Kevin recommend?
I'm comfortable with 19,000. That's
I'm sorry.
19,000 for the temporaries. That's the number I came up with. Because we only anticipate 1 election next year at the county's cost.
Okay, so then overall that makes an increase of 34,000 departmental.
All right. That looks better. All right. Can you
Any
get
other
them
questions?
used or anything?
I'm sorry?
Can you get those scanners used?
No, I wish I could, honestly.
All right, so we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Can rent it out to a joint county.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like.
It's not a bad idea.
Go halvesies. Madam Tax Assessor Collector, good morning. We're a little early now. Sweet.
Yay.
Right, and you are page 31.
Actually, there's not much changes. I actually went down just a little bit by moving some things around.
You went up on postage, but I think every department's going up on postage.
And it's gonna be hard for me to guesstimate that postage because we're also going through a major change with DMV for starting next year, July area with our temporary tags and our dealers all having to go online. So I may have more postage with that, and I know we have some more partials. And with the changes in the how the school district, their exemptions and the refunds, I've been mailing out more and more exemption refunds. So that one was hard for me to and I know postage is probably gonna go up again,
Sure it
if
will.
not once or twice.
So since they have that, do you have the ability to charge that to them directly,
To who?
to the school?
No,
You
they
have
pay,
to-
well, no, because they do pay a portion of my
Maybe-
budget.
Maybe it should.
So
be-
I mean, but it's not just the
Fair.
school when I'm doing those. There's some for the city on there. There's some for the. So it's not, I just can't justify just the school because it's not always just the school when there's been a lot more exemptions and with the pushes for the exemptions too have been greater. And now, especially since it's not, used to be you had to have, you could put your homestead on until January 1st. Now it's when you purchase the property. So we're doing more throughout the year.
Oh,
All right.
So is it only on homestead exemptions or?
Did I do refunds? No.
No. When people can sign up for their.
Yes, the homestead changed to be to where they can prorate it now from when the time they purchased the home. They can apply.
Is that the only one that something like that happened?
Well, your over 65 was always, you could put it on at any time. So, but the homestead was the one that major change. To where now it's prorated and throughout the year.
and I realize you don't set the appraisal district, they let you know. But the 103,000, is that 1/4's payment? Do we pay them quarterly?
Jackie,
Okay,
I
because
did get up their pre-lam budget and they're not going up. Yeah. 'Cause they don't have to adopt theirs until August 1st as well, but I did get the free
okay,
copy.
because I know last year I had a concern because I'd gone to a couple of the appraisal district meetings and I'd seen what they were proposing as our share. And it was well over the 300,000 that we were putting in there.
Right, I believe that 457,000 is what we're paying for this year, and we've left that in as a
Okay,
placeholder.
for next year.
Yeah.
Right, well, that's probably more realistic than last year.
Yes, I noticed like their proposed budget for this year is only little over 50,000 more than what their actual was for this year.
Ready? Well, thank you. No further questions. So,
Do you want to see if anybody else wants to come in or?
yeah, I was gonna see.
Well, we were gonna see if Colin wanted to.
Okay.
since
Oh.
He's here, and then if there's enough
Good.
time, I'll go ahead and do ours. And the judge can do his,
Okay,
get some of this afternoon's done.
be nice.
Okay, I'll take a quick break after Colin. How's that?
Oh, mine won't take long at all. I don't think it will anyway.
Colin, you ready? All right, come on. Oh, you want to sit there?
Okay, 26.
Wherever you want to sit. Colin, we are
It's 19.
19.
19. Okay.
One on the page, ready for me? All right, so most of my budget, my maintenance line is the biggest increase. Tyler Technologies and a couple other of our providers that we have informed us that they are increasing their rates. So that line item is going up almost $100,000 based on those increases.
Can you tell us how many programs that is or licenses?
Let me switch to that page here.
Ballpark.
We are looking at, because I moved the enterprise jury into my budget for the 2025 budget year. So that covers that package, and that's almost 45,000 a year. Then our Tyler Odyssey is the biggest one at 154. We have Encode, Microsoft. I should have put a total count of number listed on this page. It's 2 pages of different providers that we have that do countywide software programs. I could count them up real quick.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
I'll just so that commissioners know it's not like just 1 or 2 things.
Right, yeah, it's 2 pages
Yeah.
of programs or that support the county that I've increased several of those items. The biggest ones being the Tyler and then the addition of the jury package to my budget.
So how many did you say total?
I don't have a total
Oh,
count,
I'm sorry.
without, I should,
missed that.
I'll add that to my list for next time so I can quickly tell you how many companies there are that we pay maintenance items to.
I was curious about your travel allowance.
So
Because we'll be maybe more centralized, hopefully,
we are more centralized,
in the new courthouse.
and so I've left it alone in case we actually get a chance to do trainings offsite or travel to trainings and things. But it is something we could theoretically take out or reduce, just to conserve budget, but I left it as is. For the most part, I left this budget, everything with the exception of my maintenance line and a couple items, I left everything as is. Just to get through and go through this first round, so we can kind of see the hopes that, if I can get some conferences under the belt and things, then, so I left those items mostly alone for now. It was mainly my maintenance. My capital has gone down, because I'm not expecting very large expenses in my capital, but I am anticipating several for the new courthouse to get us in there, some furniture type stuff. There are new computers, new systems being put in for offices for people that hadn't had one in this building, like the constables and things. So we are anticipating new setups in that building to accommodate, well, what's going into that building. And so I've taken out the majority, the huge expenses out of that. We still have phased network rollouts that we're doing across the county to try to replace network hardware. And so I've left that, but I was able to reduce it a bit. My miscellaneous repairs and maintenance are going up, mainly because I know that there are things that we are going to have to buy miscellaneous things for the new courthouse for, I know JPs want to be able to see their employees. So in their little service area from their offices. So we're gonna have to work out ways for them to see that. That'll be some miscellaneous expenditures that we do for audio, video type closed circuit setups for those areas.
You can't just get those curved mirrors like they have at the. convenience
No,
stores.
because they are in totally,
Seems like a strange thing since they're the ones that wanted it set up like that. We should be having the budget for them to, if they want to
Yeah.
see their employee, they should have laid it out where they could see it.
well, they didn't lay that area out and where their offices ended up based on, and how their service areas ended up. Some of that was the architect's design.
I thought the horseshoe deal was Judge McGinnis's idea. Was originally the outside wall to the lobby was where all the windows were.
I'm not entirely sure on that, but they have expressed that they want to be able to see their employees, and their offices are a couple of corridors away from that area. We have the same situation in the district clerk's office where they wanted a window, but we're gonna have to settle for like a TV in a closed circuit area so they can actually see into their lobby from part of their office. So there's things like that. We are gonna have to run extra plugs and stuff in areas of the courthouse that for some reason that just didn't get included in the build. So those are some of the miscellaneous items I am putting in for the parts, labor, materials. I expect the telephone line to go down, but until we can work out some of the contract details, I've included what some of the increases for federal regulation and federal universal service fees and other taxes and things that are in there. But ultimately, by this next budget round, we should maybe you'll bring that line item down.
You know,
Go ahead.
speaking of the telephone line, when I was looking at this, I had notes from last year talking about the redundancy, I think, out of the airport, maybe at Ag Life, not sure. And that expense was supposed to go down in February of this year.
It was, the contract did expire and it is on a month to month. AT&T and our account management team at AT&T, we have been working with them for several months to get the documents provided to actually initiate. That'll be on the next commissioner's court. But they finally provided them to actually do the order.
And then we'll eventually see that
We will
drop.
see that drop, but
Okay.
that contract was initially signed in October of 23. It did not commence until February of 24 or of 2020, I'm sorry. When that contract was done, and it was a 36-month agreement, I believe. And so it expired in February of this year from 21. February of 21 when it actually commenced, even though we executed, it took AT&T that many months to actually get it.
And now it's taking them that many months
Like they
to
tell me,
drop.
get closer to the microphone.
Sorry. That it takes them months to get anything done. We started requesting the pricing for this building and the courthouse and the airport, because this one's also expired. But with our attempt to move in April, they wanted a commitment for 24 months. So I can't commit this building for 24 months. So we're not going to see a reduction for this month or for this building. The only one we're going to be able to get through is the airport.
All right.
Is that why you're gonna expect, you said you're expecting the telephone expenses to go down?
I am expecting it to go down, but until I get some of these contracts through, because both Spectrum and AT&T, it takes them
Okay.
forever. And I'm on them weekly to get me those documents.
So Colin, we ran into the issue with the new website that something is different with our system than anybody else in the world has, I guess. Do we have issues with other things other than somebody like the website company because of our system, and do we need to change that?
We don't, there are options out there to do our webpage, and we can entertain some of those options. But there aren't other issues that directly affect like the web page. I mean, there aren't, that's not something that is an issue for us right now. I'm not sure.
It just seems to me like we've been wanting a new webpage for an eternity.
It has been something we've
Yeah,
budgeted, we've tried to budget
yesterday, but it
for,
takes
and
this long.
we've tried several years to do budgeting for it. And several years commissioners opted to take it out of the budget. And then when grant opportunity came around, they decided to fund it. So we've tried several years in several different ways to do budgeting, but it's never made it to an actual project,
Well,
either in
I
general
think
fund until the grant
For
funds
me,
came
the
around.
issue that I have is always in the past when it came up, it was a extraordinarily expensive effort, and the deal that we looked at this time was reasonably priced, but because of the design of our system, we couldn't use it.
And a lot of the issue comes down to customization capability. The design and options that we looked at for EasyTask, I was impressed with their look and layout capabilities, but their inability to do customization, actual custom work that would make it compatible is what the problem was.
but it's our system.
It is partially our system.
Because the gentleman said that this was the only one out of their customers that they could not. And I believe you said in your summary of why it wasn't going to work, it's because of the different certificates or customization or authorities that we have.
Right, and those are things that we can discuss, but I can't talk about the design and some of that aspects in open court.
So could we set up a completely different, a website on a completely different system that didn't come into our system?
If we wanted to change all our domains, all our emails and everything else, there's a lot more to it than just the website. But again, I can't talk about some of these things in open court. They come
Right.
back to the design of the network, and that is protected information under the statute.
Well, I don't really care to know about the integral parts of it, but I would like to know a general synopsis.
From a general synopsis, we could change our entire domain and we'd have to keep the existing domains that we have for compatibility. But we could change our entire domain infrastructure or naming conventions around. Now, to be a .gov domain, there are specific requirements. And right now, it has to be Aransas County tx.gov or aransascotx.gov. But they have to have the entity names completely spelled out for .gov domain names, which is what
I don't really understand why that's a big deal. I don't think the average citizen that wanted to go on the
because
website
when the
is
average
gonna know
yeah.
that what they have to type in.
When the average citizen searches for Aransas County, the first thing that pops up would be Aransas County tx.gov. To get the other things on there, search engines have to start finding that content. And you're not necessarily going to get that first right off the bat. Search engines don't immediately start showing your new stuff.
But eventually.
Well, is it right that you can pay those search engines to make your stuff come up quicker?
You get a better chance, but it doesn't get you.
Somewhere in all this long process. And maybe some other IT person that I talked with said that to me, that.
There
you
are
can
search
actually
engine
pay to make businesses can pay to make their stuff come up when you do a search.
They pay for
So-
advertising space, so they show up at the top as an advertisement. Then there are search engine optimization.
I just think we might need somebody that can think outside the box. I don't think we've read across that person.
Just keep that on your plate.
Sure.
And then work on some options. Because I think everybody is ready for a new website.
I understand. I would love to also get a new website as well, so we can work through.
Anything else on?
No, can we take a short?
Yes. All right. You done? All right.
If there's no other questions, sure.
We're done. Let's go and take a 5-minute break.
And then we'll hear from Jack. Hey, time for the judge.
All right.
If
So-
you have any questions, I'll be happy to
Oh,
answer them.
are we already in?
Oh,
Oh, we're, okay.
Okay. we have no changes.
No changes for the county auditor. Well, do y'all have any questions, commissioners?
No.
All right. So now me. Where am I at? Page 14.
Say 14.
14. So the 350 on longevity, of course, that's, who is that for? The staff, because I don't, and myself, I think. 3 of us. 1,500 for conference dues and association dues. Cannot remember why. I think it's just right, because in 2023, it was at 20,000, so I'm just increasing that to meet that, because right now we are already at 10,000. And we still gotta go to our conference.
Yeah, because all of ours is in that, right?
I believe
Yeah.
so.
Yes.
Office furniture and equipment. We're gonna move into the new courthouse. We may. That's another one, and I feel the pain of everybody else. The judge's bench, we may have to buy, and I'm serious, like pilot chairs, because the judges can't, I can't see. The countertop is so high that I can't see people in front of me. So I may have to get a chair that's taller.
Taller.
One of these, but sitting up, because, and then, I don't know, maybe have to put something on the countertop for my paperwork.
So is that a way to solve the district judges?
It's a way to put a Band-Aid on it until we could get it fixed, because we are going to have to remodel and cut the countertop all the way around.
So they do that in the county courtroom as well as the
Yes, ma'am.
judicial ones?
And it's in where the witness stand is, and there's a design, there's, the witness stand is level, kind of like this is, and you can't see, if you're sitting here, you cannot see the witness. So we gotta push out the witness, so they're visible to both the defense and the
To
prosecutor.
them and they're, well, we use the same courtroom.
Yeah,
We're in the JP courtroom, I guess.
we're in the JP courtroom, and I thought that was okay until I kind of went there and I sat down, I looked around, I was like, ooh, I can't. I didn't sit where y'all sit. I'm not sure. I don't think the counters. I don't think it's a problem where y'all.
To me, you couldn't see Misty when she was down there and they had a hard time hearing us and stuff, so I don't know. Maybe you just need to put the witness out in front, the judge.
I would just say, if you'll notice the witness stand we have here is significantly lower. In this room here, you're required to see the body of the jury has to be able to see the body of the witness. According to the Sixth Amendment or the Confrontation Clause, and the defendant has to be able to see, has to see the witness in their face. I think in the Commissioner's courtroom, yours is actually a little bit higher than everybody else's.
Yeah, I was actually surprised. I was like,
Yeah.
oh no. So
Yeah.
that being said, that's why there's money in there for office furniture. We're probably gonna have to buy some pilot chairs and probably, I mean, we're gonna take and recycle everything we can, but I just need money in there to do that. Do you have any questions for Commissioner's Court?
No.
All right, let's move on to page 18. Non-departmental,
Page is it?
18. And do you have any questions for this one? So Jackie, there is an increase. I don't remember increasing this, but on the maintenance agreement for 18. There's a $17,000 increase.
I think that is actually coming from IT. Oh, and Colin is here. That is the number that I received from him. Looks like an increase in some of the same software like Zoom, Dayhill, tax, cybersecurity.
Oh.
Yeah.
There he is. Colin, on non-departmental, there's a $17,000 increase on maintenance agreements.
So there is, because tax cybersecurity is now charging for us to take the course, the mandatory cybersecurity training. Xerox and Dayhill have gone up as far as overages and billing, while we're still working with procurement to replace these contracts. And then Zoom has gone up for countywide as well, so.
Okay. And then on the very bottom, chapter 381 payments.
That is our payments for the 381. That's Rockport Harvey Housing. We had initially had just taken that and actually gave the refund out of the revenues. The auditors want it shown as an expense, so we've just showing it as an expense.
Oh, I
here.
wondered why that was
Okay.
in there.
Yeah, that's the way it is. It's just expensed out rather than taking it out of the revenue.
Okay.
But shouldn't it go down for next year because we're paying less of the,
Unless the
Percentages.
value,
it's a
It should, it's
decreasing
just kind of a.
10%.
unless the values went way up.
I don't think that happened.
An estimate is all this is. It could go down, but it's
I mean, I'd like.
not
the
gonna be a
value
whole
to go
lot, but it'll be, it'll be actual. It won't be the 50,000. We'll look at it whenever we get closer in. In fact, when we do the one in August, we'll have a better feel of what that will be, because we'll have a
Won't be
rate.
till August till they act, it seems like we're always at the last minute for them giving us numbers.
She doesn't get the assessed value, the certified values until after our July 25th. And it takes about a week or so for her to get that done. So that's one reason that we set the next workshops for August
3rd or 5th and 6th.
5th and 6th, because by then she will have the tax rate done. So we'll have the good numbers for for tax revenue. And with that, we'll be able to have a good number for this.
Now, what actually is this charge?
This is the 381 agreement. We have the refund agreement
Pearl
with.
Point.
a
Pearl Point,
rebate
that's the Pearl,
agreement with-
okay,
Right.
that's the Pearl Point, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it started out
yeah.
Hurricane Harvey, housing or something.
Okay.
That was the one that came to mind, because that's what my folder
Yeah.
still says, but yes, Pearl Point,
And it wasn't on this last year, but now we're moving it here because.
Right.
Okay.
right.
Actually, that's probably a better way to reflect what we're paying out.
It is, and it's more accurate. And in speaking about that, with the auditing, with our new contract, with the new company, we need to probably increase that. I need to look at the contract and see what it was. We had some additional with 24 that we won't have in 25, but it still is going to be a little bit more than that $50,000. So I'll look at that and get that with that.
And what about the attorney fees? Because it's just a,
We can increase it.
Oh,
I
it's-
mean, we increased it, it's half of what we ended up with last year. I don't know. I mean, it just depends on if, if there's a settlement, how soon the settlement may be, what's gonna happen.
Right. Realistically, can we expect to maybe add 100 or 200,000?
We can. You wanna bring it up to 500?
Just because we're in these lawsuits.
Yeah, that'll
Yeah.
probably be low.
I
that-
wouldn't say we wanted to, but
Yeah.
Well,
I don't want to.
No.
realistic.
But realistically, I hopefully, we're not going through all of 25, because this is 2025. We're looking
That's
at.
true.
Right.
That's true.
So we're gonna put 5. So my goal is to go down on everything, but because of that, yeah, it's a lot more.
You want to take that up to 100 or not?
What?
From 50 to 100?
Oh, the auditing? No, sir, I think maybe 80,
Okay.
but let me look at it and double check. I'm gonna say 80, but I don't think it'll be that much.
For the auditing services?
Yes,
I'll wait till you change it.
All right.
Rich, be honest here.
You have any questions for me? things that y'all would like to see in non-departmental?
No.
Not yet.
New things, you mean?
New things.
No.
Okay,
If you guys are okay, we can fit Judge Bianchi in now.
absolutely. Morning, Judge. Oh, yes, there's a seat.
Sorry.
Okay.
You comfortable?
Is that better?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, y'all have my budget, but I would just say it's basically a status quo. The number is down a little bit, the total number. We made some minor cuts, but just enough to offset the increases that are above the line. So I can't say that there's any major change in any one department or one line.
On the 401 attorney fees, I'm just looking at what's been spent so far this year.
Right.
Do you think there's a likelihood that in 2025, it might actually be a little bit lower? I mean, we can leave it 135. I'm just wondering.
We can lower it a little bit. It's just that is very unpredictable. It doesn't flow evenly throughout the year. And I have no control over, they'll go a week or two or a month with a very low filing. And then all of a sudden there's a big dump of cases.
All right.
So
Don't worry.
we try to go with kind of more annual history.
And I was just curious about the jump up in the salary regular full-time.
That
There-
is actually due to the bailiff, the full-time bailiff that was approved for 24's budget, the stipend.
All right. I put a note down here wondering if that was for the second full-time bailiff.
Yes, yes.
And it's,
It's not a second full-time, but
No, not a second. It's just the one full-time that we budgeted for 24's budget.
oh,
The increase was due to his certificate stipend that he gets for law enforcement.
so there's just one full-time bailiff?
Yes, ma'am.
Under the county court.
Yes.
But it is a second bailiff.
Well, the other bailiffs are part-time bailiffs. This is the only one that is full-time.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner? Good.
pretty easy to me. Wish it was more exciting, but
Read them.
all right. Thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
Judge.
Reading. So we'll be back at 1:30.
Yeah. Done in an hour? No?
Y'all want to come in at 1?
Let's do it.
Because I've already texted David Reed and told him that we're ahead of schedule to be here right after lunch.
Okay, well, let's meet
So-
back after lunch.
Okay,
So is he coming then at 1:15?
at 1:15.
Okay.
All right. So we'll meet back here at 1-ish.
Do we need to adjourn or we just read?
Oh, recess. We'll recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1. 1. Eyes hurt.
Turn that off.
Commissioner Casterline,
Here.
Commissioner Russo,
Here.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Here.
Judge Garza.
Here, we have a quorum. We're gonna hear David Reed first, page 58.
Is this on?
Yeah, green lights on.
Oh, I said 58, but it's actually 60. Okay, 61. Here we go.
Had questions on 60. And maybe for you, not. I just wondered if those amounts that were in as road improvement projects with the NAV district, Rockport and Fulton, if we think those are gonna materialize, because that's like $210,000.
So every year we do work for those entities and I don't know what they're gonna want next year. They don't know what they're gonna want next year, but this is typical of what they ask for.
Okay, that's good. And then the fine collections. It just seems like it's running really low.
That's through the court system.
So that's not anything to do with Road and Bridge.
No, ma'am, that's all court costs that are fines and fees.
Okay,
Now,
thank you.
if y'all want to give me that authority to find people, I'll take that and run with it.
Deputize you.
Did I get a badge?
Yeah, we'll get you a badge.
Okay, so the rest of the budget is pretty much like last year's. I mean, there might be some small differences here and there. Materials went up a little bit, not substantially. I don't think I changed the number for that.
So looking at this budget for next year, that you're gone, so that's why we don't have to worry about a position.
That's why I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. So hopefully whoever you bring in to assist you will become the county engineer.
Maybe.
So did he, your assistant, didn't you say he was starting today?
No, the July 1st.
July 1st, okay.
So a couple of weeks.
And the temporary help, because you haven't used that yet for this year, but you're thinking you're still gonna maybe need it next year, or someone will.
Sometimes we need temporary help. You know, it's a budget item.
Okay.
Well, you went.
And what do you have in your machinery and equipment?
You know, I don't have specific things right now. This is a number that I had last year, so I went with it. I know we have several pieces of equipment that are getting really old. The mixer recycler is one of them, and it's, you know, a $500,000 item to replace it. So I don't have enough money for that. Worst case, we don't buy a lot of equipment and maybe we can get that recycler next year, but.
Okay. Because I knew we just got a new roller truck and a
Yes,
vacuum truck,
yes.
and that was ARPA.
Did you get that truck yet? The vacuum?
You know, interestingly, we did get it. They got in it and ABS light came on. So we took it back to the sellers to say, what's the deal? We were going to pick it up this morning and before they got out of Corpus, the ABS light came back on. So we took it back to them. We have it. We hadn't used it yet.
Okay. Well. You don't have any big requests, so thank you for that.
No, I don't have any big requests. You know, the big request really is my people are underpaid. Don't not give them a raise. I mean, because we got a courthouse or something. I know money's tight. Money's always tight. It's always going to be tight. But to give everybody in Road and Bridge a 2.5% raise, it costs $33,000. That's really not a big number. If you want me to shave 33,000 off equipment or something, I mean, we could do that. But let's not punish one of our best resources, which is the people that work here. You know, I know it's easy to do it that way, but I don't know that it's right to do it that way.
All right.
And are you giving salary increases as you can?
Well,
I mean, I know they weren't done for several years, but
yeah, I am when I can.
okay.
Absolutely. Of course, this next time around will be somebody else giving them, but
Okay, good.
All right.
that's
Cool.
it.
You got anything for us? Except that. All right.
I just have one question on
Sure.
page 67, under flood control. Sub-account 525, special projects, it was 60,000. None of that's been, sorry, it's 50,000. Font's too tiny for my eyes. Is that available for any special projects this year?
It is available. It isn't earmarked for anything. And there's several projects that I have out there that we might use this on, but it's probably not enough to get anything done or get a big project done. So it's there if I get a grant and I need a match or something of that nature. If it's there at the end of the year and rolls into the next year's special projects, then more likely we can do something meaningful for, twice the money.
You mean roll it up to 100,000 for next year?
Yeah, I mean, add this to it, this will
Right,
go into
right.
reserve.
I,
And I do have money in reserve for that. Adelaide wants some of my money.
There are a lot of people who want some of your money.
I did ask David,
She came in this morning.
I talked to David previously, though, it's, we have that Lamar St. Charles Bay boat ramp there that is basically, I'm gonna say a dirt boat ramp or road-based boat ramp, parking lot right now. And it's, we continue to get complaints from people about it. And I know the thing about it is it's really an orphan situation over there for one thing, because first it was part of Pathways, then Pathways abandoned that. And there's complaints about that parking lot constantly.
Right. And if I can weigh in.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you would mind speaking toward.
Was ever
Yeah.
in Pathways. It had to be on the ballot to be in
Yeah.
Pathways.
Yeah, I don't know how the ramp got built years ago.
We got a grant from.
Yeah, that's what I would figure.
Well, I think the only reason I was going, Pathways had that, they had that
Pathways.
kayak launch
Yeah,
for a
they
while
did
there.
that Kayak
Yeah.
deal, and that's the
Yeah.
only part of it they had. It
Okay,
Right.
didn't hold up in the rough water. It
Right.
okay.
deteriorated. And
Yeah.
They took it out.
So we do get potholes in that parking lot and it's, the sand washing away and it filters up. We've fixed it numerous times, put, limestone in it, and grouted it, things like that. What really needs to happen is that needs to be concrete, so it will hold up even if it gets a small washout underneath it. And I came up with a cost for that. What did I tell you? Like 300,000 or
I never got it from you,
Yeah.
tell you truth.
300,000, I think is what we were looking at. Which is a big number. I mean, that's not the project that I have
So
available.
if you milled it and cement stabilized it, would the hold up been better?
It would for a while, I mean, I could build another parking lot just like it is and cement stabilized, put limestone, put asphalt. It will hold up better, but it's still, gonna crumble off with the water.
Yeah, the
steeple it.
moisture from the bay.
Yeah, the subgrade's still gonna wash out into the bay. And so that even cement stabilized won't hold up like concrete would with rebar, things like that.
I went out there sometime a couple months ago after it rained, and it really wasn't that bad. There wasn't puddles everywhere. I mean,
Yeah.
and you're not going 55 miles per hour in a parking
No,
lot.
it's not a bad
not
parking
bad.
lot at all. We do have that continuous problem of getting little sinkholes in it.
Oh, okay.
And I don't mean like a pothole on the street. I mean, the base comes out and then a small hole comes up and then it gets bigger as people drive over it. But it's a bigger hole.
Almost everybody's there's got a 50-foot long 4-wheel drive jacked up truck. So I don't know. It should be like we're giving them a playground.
Well, we kind of are. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we do that where we put like 50 grand into like a sinking fund designated for that, and then 4 years, we'll have 200,000 where we could do the work.
We could, it's similar to what we're looking at with the airport, where we're putting in the replacement funds.
Can you turn your mic on?
Yes, we could do some kind of sinking fund, some kind of, we just maybe create another CIP fund that we could put money in annually, budget 50,000 annually to do it.
So I wonder if there are any grants available to concrete it. Maybe the
very
Parks and Wildlife
possible.
will give us another grant to
It's very
concrete.
possible.
All right.
We can look at that, go that direction, look at that, and then set up the fund where we can set up a sinking fund.
Would that go under parks? It wouldn't go under you, would it?
Of course, it's really not part of the flood budget.
Right.
Well, I don't know, where are you gonna get the money from? If
Well-
it comes out of road and bridge fund.
Right, no,
then
I'm
it's
not, I'm just
appropriate.
talking about.
No,
general fund.
I think what we would probably do, what I would recommend is just do a capital improvement, a general capital improvement fund. And then have maybe line items in there of what we want to fund and then just fund from that.
So can we fund that out of hot funds?
Oh, you are stretching it, Bubba.
No, I mean,
It's very
full
possible.
of
I mean,
people from out of town
if
that,
if there's a lot of people that come from out of town, heads in beds, it's very
I
possible.
would think that.
When you read that, I guess, interpretation of what that hotel, the hot fund can be used for, to me, of course, I'm reading it to my advantage, but to me, it looks like it could be used for that. Because like I said, so many people do come from out of town. They use that rather than use the Goose Island boat ramp at times. And a lot of people supposedly, when you talk to them, they actually prefer to use that than the Nav District boat ramp sometimes just because of it's closer to their fishing grounds. But you'll see boats. I mean, the parking lot's very small to start with, though, when you get down to it, because you can go up certain days, you can go up 4th Street and there are boats parked up past Bayberry.
Yeah.
On the road. So but I mean, it gets a lot of use and, a lot of wear and tear on it.
Let us do some research on it, and when we come back to the next workshops, we'll have some answers for you and, set up a fund,
About-
see how.
How
we're
about
gonna
the
do it.
waterways fund? Might check and see if that will.
I
You're
don't
getting into the
think-
waterways.
Yeah, but it's to stabilize the waterway and the
You got-
shoreline and stuff.
Go to
so-
bed at night, you need to think creative.
Do you hear what they're doing?
I don't hear anything.
I didn't ask you to do anything illegal. I said, just think about the things that you're not thinking about. Not suggesting you do anything legal, just think
Thank
a
you.
different way than you're outside the box.
Are we done?
Will do.
Yep.
Yes, thank you,
Thanks,
David.
Thank you, David.
All right, got David.
Can we
Well,
have
so
Judge?
that Didn't really
Flanagan
sound like flood
come
budget,
next?
did it?
It kind of veered away. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Judge Flanagan, you're next.
We're making it easy for you.
I don't know, I
Yeah.
may want him to stay.
Morning, Judge.
Good
Afternoon.
afternoon.
Or afternoon.
Hey, everybody.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm Patrick Flanagan. I'm one of the district judges here. I'm here to visit with you about the district court budget. I think you all have got, hopefully you've got a proposal from the auditor's office that has been prepared. Our budget doesn't change very much from year to year. In looking at this, there are a couple questions that I need to get confirmed by the auditor. We have our personnel, and most of our personnel is taken out of the 5-county budget, which is it's line 116, the district court pro rata share. Those are the proportional share that each of the counties pay for all of our staff and our joint expenses that are attributable to the 5 counties that we cover. The rest of this is these are items that are particular to the business that we're conducting here in Aransas County. The only, well, the only things that I need to make mention of, unless you've got some other questions, are the proposed line item for 116 is increasing little less than $9,000, a little over $8,000. I think San Patricio County is the county that employs all of our staff. They're looking at a 3 to 3.5% increase in salaries, and then of course all of the fringe that goes along with that. We try to have all of the other counties follow in line with that. Some counties are going to be giving more of an increase based on their particular fiscal circumstances and dealing with, you know, the overall inflation rate, those kinds of things. But that's what we're plugging in there. In the supplies in the 400s, there are a couple questions that I've got. Well, one thing I need to point out that the attorney's fees are going up. That's the attorney's fees and the juror expenses. Those are kind of a trade-off. I mean, the more court we're having, the more attorney's fees, because a lot of these folks are court-appointed counsel representing them. You know, more juries that we have, we've got almost every other week, we've got a jury here in Aransas County. And so, yeah, those expenses are going up, but frankly, that gets offset by what we're hoping to or trying to accomplish, which is reducing the population at the jail. So, you know, we're having a few $1,000s increased in those different line items. Hopefully, we're getting tens of thousands of dollars decreased from the costs at the jail. I don't have all of those figures from the sheriff, but again, it's not only something that we're required to do, but it's something that also has kind of a tangential benefit to the county. The more cases we're able to prosecute on the criminal side, there's more expense for attorney's fees and jurors particularly. But again, there's a benefit to that as well. I'm looking at professional services, and I know the auditor's office instructed me several times. What comes out of that?
Normally that is if you have to have an interpreter or some of other, something like that. I was gonna say psychological, but that comes out of the sites out of 480.
Yeah,
But
these are-
we do have to have the interpreters.
Right.
And they're very
I
expensive.
expected that was interpreter services, and we've only got one interpreter, and she's fairly expensive. We've had, because of the population that we have here, we've had to hire a couple of Vietnamese or other than Spanish language interpreters over the last couple of years, and so that gets pretty expensive because it's somebody coming down from Houston or San Antonio or some other place that we can locate them for a particular trial. And the other thing that I saw, but I think that professional services, just because of how it's been historically, I'm going to suggest that we probably cut that $30,000 proposal.
We
Yeah.
can, one interpreter usually costs anywhere between $6,000 and $8,000.
Yeah. Well, we've not had that many, and historically, we've not been doing that badly. And if we get hit, you know, we get hit. But I think if we knocked $10,000 off of that, that is probably more in line with what we had to draw down on that over the last few years. And the other thing is postage, $420. 23 and 22, those have been pretty significant amounts, but we don't do very much in way of postage anymore.
This is postage for your jury summons also. So when they do the jury calls, those come through here.
Oh, okay, that's not.
Now, and that may go down too now since they're doing the electronic. I don't know exactly what all
I'm
that.
sorry, I assumed that since
entails.
those were coming from the district clerk's office, that was coming.
It
out there.
depends. They charge some of it here. If it's for district court specifically, they do charge
Okay.
those.
All right.
For the, Jack, for the interpreter, I thought county attorney put that in her budget.
They each have one.
Oh, they do?
I mean,
Okay.
if they need one for county court or something, but if the district court, if they have to have one, it's in the district court.
Yeah, we contract for an interpreter as needed rather than having somebody on retainer or somebody that's a full-time employee. So that's a lot more cost effective.
Right.
With the new system that you all have, and thank you very much for investing in this new juror qualification system. I would, well, maybe let's see how it goes this year.
Gotta wait a year.
Yeah, let's see, wait a year before we start cutting that, but that was another one that I see historically, at least last year, and the current year is not as much. But otherwise, I think most of the proposals as I've got here are just based on the historical needs for each of those line items and what it's cost, and we're not, getting outrageous on trying to pad this in any way, but certainly want to make sure that we're not under budgeting as well. Y'all have any questions that you'd like to ask me?
I think.
No? Okay.
All good.
One thing about the, there's a comment or a question about the revenue on Road and Bridge. A certain percentage, as I understand it, I think it's 80% of the fine cost that comes in, at least from district court, gets assigned to Road and Bridge. So that's one of their bigger revenue streams. And I think that's, I don't know if it's the same for the county court, but I've always understood that's the way it is for district court. So that's what their revenue is. And so if we can get some defendants and can pay big fines, then that would help the Road and Bridge. But
And that's
know.
the portion that the county gets to keep. That's not what goes to the
That's
state.
as opposed to the court costs, that come in anytime a case gets filed, and like 85 or 90% of that goes to Austin for all sorts of little pet projects that they've got, and the clerk's office here actually gets to keep very little of that. And it doesn't, I'm not sure how it gets reflected, but oftentimes when we have made the determination that a court-appointed attorney is representing somebody that does have the ability to pay, maybe not everything right up front, but if they're on probation particularly, and they're paying a fine or court costs or probation fees like that, we do assess court repayment of the attorney's fees as well. And it doesn't get directly reflected. I'm not sure how that gets back into the general fund, but it's a bit of an offset. It's, comes nowhere near the expenditure necessarily, but when you combine the funds that the defendants themselves are paying back to the counties for their court-appointed attorneys, plus the state has a formula where they pay a chunk of revenue to defray the indigent defense costs to the county as well. So even though what we've got here in the budget is all outflow, there is some inflow from a couple different sources that doesn't necessarily get reflected as an offset on that. But that's something to keep in mind as well. We've got some other revenue streams that help in a small way.
That's good.
Any other questions that you'd like to ask?
We'll move on to the court reporter fee fund,
Okay.
page 137.
Yeah, the court report, that's one of the fees that we get to keep from every case that's filed in civil and I think criminal as well. There's a small fee that goes into a specified dedicated fund for court reporter services. And what we have directed the auditor's office to do anytime an indigent defendant has a case that's going to be appealed, rather than have that be an expense that comes out of the general fund, we've got this dedicated fund for court reporter services. That's where those expenses get paid out of. If occasionally we have to have a visiting court reporter come in because we've got a visiting judge or somebody is sick or otherwise unavailable, we overbook, so to speak, sometimes. That also can be utilization for that court reporter service fund. It historically doesn't draw down as much as it creates in revenue, but we like to keep, and actually by law that balance has to remain as the court can't use it for anything else, can't transfer it to the general fund. But that's another reason why whenever we've got something that we think we can not have be an expense for the general fund. If we can use this specific dedicated fund for that, we want to sure do that.
All right, any questions, commissioners? All right, well, I appreciate it, Judge.
Y'all are very easy to deal with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
And we appreciate your work and your support. You want to do the auditors?
I did it this morning unless you need some
Okay.
clarification.
I don't know.
We were running far enough ahead.
Did
that
they
I
throw
went
anything
ahead
at you or, anybody?
No,
Give you okay.
didn't have any changes, so we're good.
No tomatoes or anything.
No vegetables? Well, yeah, the price of food today, nobody's gonna throw any vegetable. That's all right. If you've got any questions about the auditor's office, or what we're looking at doing, I think they're pretty well staffed now. And we certainly want to keep the experienced staff that we've got. They do a good job. We get regular reports from them. We get notices from them if they've got any issues that have come up through their internal auditing or some other something that they think we need to be clued in on. So they've been very good with keeping us abreast of the things that are going on here in the county and particularly fiscally, if there's any surprises that we need to be aware of. And so we very much appreciate the entire staff that Jackie's got and how they take care of not just our business, but the way it seems they take care of the county's business too. We're very happy with them and not looking to make any changes. You just got reappointed not too long
Yes, sir.
ago. All right, so yeah. All right. Anything else?
Thank you.
That's it.
Well, last thing, are you gonna tell everybody how quickly I got done? So they're gonna be, looking to see if I go back to work?
Thank you, Judge.
We'll leave it to you.
Thank you. All right, that's Mr. Brown. Morning, sir, or good afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Six.
I don't have many changes from last year. The only thing is I've dropped my repair parts line item. This is due to us trading in, getting rid of older vehicles that have in the past cost us a lot of money, but we've gotten rid of these problem childs. So I've been working with other departments to try and identify the vehicles and equipment that are costing maintenance a lot of money due to age and just pretty much age and higher use. So I'm hoping down the road, several years, it'll just keep getting lower and lower and I won't have to use so much. And the only other thing that I have also is line item 575. That is an increase due to replacing electric battery tools. Just over the years, they've been put to use and a lot of hard work. So I would like to try to slowly swap those out with newer tools. And is there anybody had any questions, anything else?
So Blake, I know the way it's on the book might not really give the full picture of, but since you bill out to departments, the work you do, have you got an idea how many dollars worth of stuff you do in the whole year? Through there that's charged out to other people?
That's charged out to, are you talking about like for labor or for parts or?
Yeah, labor, say if you do something for the airport or road and bridge, they reimburse you. That's why your amount, your budget is this much, but you actually do a lot more work than what this reflects.
So there's certain departments that have a line item for maintenance, and if there's parts that I use for their vehicles, I charge that. Road and Bridge has their sheriff's department. Airport or anybody else, I usually keep tabs of everything, parts and everything, and like say airport wise, if I used a part, I'll either I can give it to Mike and he can charge out wherever he needs to, but I just keep like track of labor time and I'll just.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The stuff that everybody else pays for doesn't really everybody doesn't get a sense of really how much more you do than it seems like, I think, anyway.
Okay. Most of the time I just keep track of the time and then, sometimes it comes out of just the 353, the repair parts budget wise. Labor time, there's really no, unless it comes out of repair parts, I'm not sure where the labor time comes out of. Maybe that's something we need to identify labor time wise, but mostly it's all part stuff or what we use to repair the vehicles. If there's any shop supplies, grease, any of that stuff that comes out of that stuff.
It comes out of the department for whom you're working.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
say
what-
if it's sheriff's department, I'll go to their line. If it's,
Okay.
if it's animal control, go to theirs. But if there's some departments that don't have a maintenance budget, that comes out of that 353 repair parts budget.
The 410 professional services, is that when you take it to outside shops or is that something else?
Yes, sir. That's for the outside shops. If I had to send something out, say to a dealership to get fixed, that's where that comes out of. And I had two pieces of equipment that we've gotten rid of, traded in and stuff. And that's why I dropped that number a little bit because, we're not going to be spending that much money now, hopefully with the newer equipment. Okay. And then like I said, as years go on, hopefully as we cycle new equipment in and out, that those numbers will come down.
Okay.
That's what I'm hoping.
All right.
Okay.
Is there
Thank you.
anything else?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day. Appreciate
Thank you.
everything y'all do.
Thank you.
Can we have Allegiance up
Yep.
next?
I was gonna have, come on up. Their fund, isn't it with the treasurer?
It's
It's
under
with healthcare sales tax.
Oh, healthcare self.
Is this a special presentation?
Yes.
Are you giving us things to see?
Yeah, I'm giving y'all a presentation for our projections. Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Newsom with Allegiance Mobile Health. Some of y'all may know me, some of y'all may have heard, but don't know me personally. Little background, I am a hometown girl. I was raised here my whole entire life. I started EMS with Aransas County EMS back in 1998 as a high school student and worked my way up into this position. 10 years ago, I joined Allegiance when Allegiance took over. We're just coming up on the 10-year anniversary of that. With that being said, approximately 25 years ago, Aransas County EMS had a lower call volume. I remember days, they were unicorn days. Occasionally, we'd have a day without any calls. Unfortunately, in the last 25 years, that call volume has increased. In the last 5 years, post Harvey, with all of the economic growth, all of the homes going up, the call volume has steadily increased over the years. We are currently, for the year of 2023, we had a total, excuse me.
So you said the year of 2023.
2023 is the last full year total that we have. I got with Lisa Bata over at the Aransas County Dispatch, and she was able to send me numbers for the last 5 years. So 2023, we had a total of 4,647 calls for the year. That's run by 3 ambulances. We are currently, as of May 31st, at 2,059 calls for the year so far. With that projected number, dividing it out by the 12 months, we're looking at 4,941.6 calls for the month, for the year of 2024.
That equals out to about 151 calls per truck per year or per month per year. The call volume has increased drastically. Projected for the call volume difference between last year and this year is going to be about 298 calls if we steadily continue on the way we have this year. We are projecting or asking for a fourth unit. It is going to be a steep increase. And I know that this is something that y'all would have to also discuss with the city of Rockport and the town of Fulton. Because of the way that the contracts, we have two separate contracts, so I'll have to bring them as well to the situation. The subsidy increase would be required first year, and that would be $700,000 for one MICU unit. That means one paramedic and one EMT staffing that unit in addition to the 3 units that we already have.
So you're proposing going from 300,000 to 700,000?
It would be an addition.
So you're asking for $1 million?
Yes, for 4 ambulances. And the subsidy offset would be reviewed. We could review it and offset it as needed with the call volume increase and the reductions as everything starts reductions. This would be one fully staffed ambulance that gives us an additional resource for these calls. We have crews currently getting tied up on a lot of calls and then more dropping. And we're having to bring in units from Corpus, from Sinton, having Tri-County come in. Just recently, last week, we had 6 calls drop within 30 minutes of each other. And we had a Rockport unit that was responding from Corpus because they were transported Corpus on top of Tri-County coming in to the additional call. My guys are here to work. They bust themselves to the max on their time, on their efforts. And it can get stressful when they're running a call and they know that there's more coming and they need help. I'm trying to reduce the amount of time that we're level 0. Rockport ER, when they opened up in 2021, was a drastic change for us and it helps out tremendously, but they're only a 6-bed facility. We do have a transport unit that helps transport them out that is non-dedicated, that when they're available, they do help us out in the 911 settings. But they're not always readily available or in town to be able to help us. We do the same with our Sinton unit that is non-dedicated. We can shift them over to help backfill. We can shift them over from Corpus to help backfill. But if they're not available, then we're having to solely rely on mutual aid or one of our units clearing up from a call.
So how much is the cost per unit?
I'm sorry?
How much is the cost?
Of to add on a year or a unit would be 700,000. The unit itself cost is approximately $250,000 to $300,000.
It's on page 4 of that
It's on
handout.
page 4.
So in the 700 that's just our portion or everybody's?
Sorry.
I'm Dan Gillespie. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Allegiance. I'll help you answer some of those questions. If we leave the number of ambulances that we have currently, the 3, there's no subsidy increase going into 2025 budget year. So just what the group has asked Stephanie to do and the EMS oversight is to look at what it would cost to add an additional ambulance right now, because the call volume is increasing. Unfortunately, the transports, which is how we generate revenue, those aren't increasing as high, but the demand to the units is increasing. So if you see on page, there's like the second page in. So our transport percentage right now is roughly about 60% of the people that call an ambulance actually end up being transported to the hospital. So only about, a little bit more than half generate revenue. So I broke down on page 4 for her. The ambulance and equipment is about $250,000 to add. It's about $450,000 in additional payroll each year, and roughly $80,000 in additional fuel, medical supplies, insurance, et cetera, on the budget. So you're looking at about $660,000 a year for each of the ambulances. Right now, the transports that we're doing offset the additional subsidy that would be required. So what we estimated is about $700,000 in total to run this unit at a break-even cost.
My question really was, at the current split that Rockport, the county, and Fulton do, how much of the 700,000 would be ours?
I'm not sure how you guys break that out between the city and
Do y'all know what our,
and the town.
okay.
Based on the call volume right now, we've got an agreement with them right now we have an agreement with them that is much less than what, because our agreement is like $130,000.
And I would say
I think
that this is-
originally it was like.
This is only if the town of Fulton, the city of Rockport, you guys decide you want to go add the additional unit, the cost will increase. If you guys don't, if you guys want to keep things at status quo, then the budget obviously stays the same. We're going into next
We
year.
need to know based on the current
Right,
percentage,
because
what our part would be.
what I'm looking at this, it's showing all the $700,000 coming to the county and nothing being split between
Yeah, no,
the entities.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys break it out, what the percentage is.
It would be in our contract, we would have to redo the contract.
Do we keep track of what amount of calls are in county and out of?
The dispatch keeps that and
They-
can provide it to us.
Okay,
Yeah, there's a monthly report that's stepped up.
okay. And I had a question also on page 3, it has some volume and transport numbers, and you were quoting some numbers. Are those but different versions of the same numbers, basically?
So these numbers, the total calls,
Those are pulled directly out of our CAD. The ones,
Okay.
these are the ones, so that's if it's sent, those units are sent anywhere. This is what came out of the city's CAD, so ours are a little bit different, but they may not have.
Sometimes
everything they have.
dispatcher's not as accurate as we'd like them to be, I don't think.
Yeah, this was pulled, our total call was pulled anytime a unit from the base here in Rockport was sent on a call, it's logged in that number that I pulled out of our CAD for us. So this one from the city may not have captured every time that they've rolled.
Okay, this is when they actually roll.
So Jackie, can y'all get with them and come up with?
Yes, we were actually working with the city and Fulton on a new contract and back when Jen was with us. I don't believe it ever got finished because at that time we had asked that it be done by call volume and be split that way, because right now it's just a flat for each entity. And so.
But each
that is
entity
something-
doesn't pay the same amount, right?
No, ma'am.
It's a-
No,
Right,
ma'am.
I thought we had a large
No,
portion.
actually, I believe we're paying less than what the city pays right now.
Quite a bit, yeah, it's like half, I think you guys pay half of what.
And I mean, that is part of the question the city's always had, is because of the volume that we should be paying a higher amount of the subsidy. But that is something that we need to look at because that's not the way our contract is written right now. So we've got to get that revised and approved through all the entities.
And I have a question, and fortunately, I haven't had to use an ambulance much. But what you said, one of you said earlier about you only get reimbursed for the transports. So if someone calls and the ambulance crew goes out and administers care, help, whatever, but ends up not being transported to an emergency room, hospital, wherever, you all don't get to bill,
Yes, ma'am.
insurance or anything?
Yes, ma'am. There are very few incidents where an insurance company will actually cover that cost. Medicare is not one of them. 84% of the transports that we do inside Aransas County are either Medicare, Medicaid, or TRICARE as the payer.
Yep.
And none of those agencies pay for what's called a treat no transport. There are a few commercial carriers that do at like $150 rate, but there's so few of those in any market, not just here. So yeah, those are all just cost incurred with no revenue.
And is that through the federal government or is that through the state government?
That's through
Federal?
the state of the Medicaid fund, that's through CMS, through Medicare, and that's also through the private carriers that don't recognize. So the only way any ambulance service anywhere in the country can generate revenue is by transporting the patient to an ER. That's the only time a charge is really incurred. And there's situations where auto insurance have some, but like I said, it's a very small percent, less than 1% of the revenue that we get is from a non-transport.
Thank you for that
It's generally from
information.
vehicle insurance.
Because I mean, it's almost like they're getting a doctor's call. So
It
it's
is.
almost like
Yeah.
a physician's visit at your home.
Yeah, so
So I can understand that.
so Medicare actually tried to do a program, a pilot program called ET3, where we could go out and provide treatment and triage services to the patients in the field and reduce the ER traffic, because the ER is getting busier and busier. I know one of the things to Stephanie's point, when the crew, if the ER here in town is full and they have to go into Corpus, there's a high probability that ambulance is going to be stuck for probably about 2 hours waiting for them to find a bed to even put the patient in, which is causing, issues on the home front, right? Because now they're in Corpus for 2 hours waiting to find a bed in the ER before they can get back and respond to calls. The federal government did it for a few months, but then quickly ended it, because what they found is obviously that they were generating generating charges for these home visits. And there was, the ER visits were still happening, so it just increased their budget and they quickly ended it. But they tried at least to figure out a way to have a revenue stream for the ambulance services to provide those services at home. They just unfortunately ended before the year pilot was done.
And we actually piloted it here in Aransas.
Did. Yeah, it was the first county that we tried it in. And it actually was working really well for us because of the long ER wait times that we experience on the other side of the bridge. And then the other, just as a comment to the other thing that Stephanie is facing is there's a massive EMS worker shortage all over the country. So the burnout is bad, and as they continue to have more of these wait times and additional call volume put onto these systems, not just here but everywhere, we're finding a lot of EMS people are right on the cusp of their 20-year mark to be able to retire, and a lot of people are throwing in the towel and just saying forget it, there's easier way to make money. And the young people that we have coming into the profession is lower and lower and lower. Being an EMS just simply doesn't pay as much as being an influencer on TikTok or YouTube or one of those. So the young kids are not too interested in our field. But one thing that we're being very mindful of is the workload on our crews to help prevent that burnout, so that we're not leaving communities in a lurch without crews. There's whole on towns, all over the country right now that are shutting down their services because they just simply don't have staff to run them anymore. So they're having to find other ways. And we're fortunate enough to have a good dedicated staff, but we also don't want to burn them out either. So that was one of when Steph brought this project to me and said, let's look at some options here. That's what we took into consideration. And as she said too, as the call volume continues to increase, and we have a few markets that do that with us, as the transport volume increases, the subsidy offset decreases. And we're very big on making sure that the amount of money that the communities pay into our programs is monitored carefully, that we don't exceed 15% in margins, that the taxpayers aren't paying into us having some big slush fund, big profit margins. And then that tax subsidy requirement goes down that was one of the reasons that we have not had to do any subsidy increases with the 3 trucks that we started with 10 years ago. We've not done any increases in that 10 years because the volume has been steadily increasing. So instead of having to, increase our subsidy with the cost, everything's been going up together, and it's allowed for a flat rate to the community.
So we could look at this again in August
Yeah.
when we have a breakdown of
Yeah. get
what
the
a more
number.
realistic cost to the county would be.
Yes.
Yeah,
Instead
and
of
this,
just
like I said, this
percentage.
cost is not something that is an urgent review on your end. It's more of just to open up the discussions of, what may be best for the community. As I said, if you guys decide to do nothing, the contract continues on at the rate that we're paying, that you're paying currently, and no increase. So
How often are you at level 0?
it's a good question. You guys track those stats, so.
So we are getting, we were up to about 17 hours at level 0 at one point before the ER opened up. After the ER opened up, we have decreased it to a cumulative about 5 hours. And then it was maybe a couple of hours, but as the transition to the seasons come in and we're having a more influx of people, the Corpus hospitals are starting to get more inundated, and we're they're in a round robin state, which means that we're having to call into like Spawn Shoreline, and Spawn Shoreline is telling us which hospital to take the patient to, because based off of who's next up, because they're so inundated and flooded with patients, we still have to sit there 30-45 minutes to hand off the patient to a nursing staff, or sometimes longer, if depending on what critical.
So do you keep track of how often that happens to you? Is it-
I do try to keep track of it. Lee was able to keep track of it a lot easier. Because she has those calls coming in, so she doesn't and she knows which calls get rolled over to say Tri-County or Refugio County if we have to call them in. So she was able to keep track of those, but I have been trying to keep track of that more recently, now that the hospitals are back into a rotation, because it hadn't been very often until recently. Because even the ER manager was telling me that they've seen a 28% increase from the day they opened their doors until December of last year in walk-in patients and EMS arrivals as well.
Population increase, that's just.
It does. And we have over 2,000 houses plus apartments and RV parks that have come in, and it's getting.
So do you have any places in the county? I know at one time in what we call the donut hole, there were some places where there were gaps in the road, which was causing a lot longer response time. And I know Road and Bridge completed some of those and eliminated some of them, but do we have places that aren't, a long ways off, that y'all have those kind of issues anymore?
No, not really. I know we had several of them, especially after Harvey. But recently, I haven't had any complaints. With Dalton Construction in Copano Cove, when they were redoing the roadway for that new subdivision, that made some delays out into the Copano Cove area based off of and stuff, but as something reported recently.
Never. Now, y'all charge from the point that you get there, get the transport, or whenever you start the transport.
Commissioner Cheney, could you turn your mic on, please?
Do y'all, whenever you charge for a transport, do you charge from the time you arrive at the patient's location to the hospital and back? Or you just one way, or?
Yeah, you're only allowed to charge loaded, what they call loaded miles.
Okay.
So when we physically put the patient in the ambulance, whatever the mileage is to whichever hospital they want to be transported to is all we can bill for.
Oh, okay.
Nothing there to respond and nothing to come back. And then all of our fees now are pretty flat. The itemized billing has pretty much gone away. And we're fortunate enough to be in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield and some of the big private commercial carriers. So our fee schedule is, if it's in advanced life support or basic life support, it's got a flat fee and then mileage attached to that. But yeah, it's loaded miles only.
We've had some long-range conversations. If the county was to build a facility out there at the airport that could maybe house an ambulance, would this work with your plans yet? You know, the only reason we talked about that, if we can get some grants to build a facility out there, that would cut down some of the transport or the transportation time from Enterprise, because you get a lot of calls out on the north end.
Right.
So, but having it, would it be practical, or would that fit into your plans to have one of these ambulances be stationed maybe at a facility at the airport?
That can cut down the response time by 6 to 8 minutes, depending on what part of the county it's
Well,
in.
do you have enough calls the other side of the bridge? I know at one time, I thought the Lamar Fire Department offered to house one there. But they said, well, they'd have to come back in if they had to come to calls.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest problem with it, is there wasn't enough on the other side, that ambulance was gonna be pulled back to respond on this side more,
Right.
causing more delays to the
The
population
airport would
center.
be a little closer.
Yeah.
But it also, we have used, the Lamar Fire Department, like during the freeze or, during Harvey, we had
Where you
crews
didn't have to
stationed
cross the
out
bridge.
there for that area, just in case the bridge froze over or the bridge was taken out. We had
So
some medical help over
If
there.
you say if you were in Lamar, do you have the option to go to Victoria instead of Corpus?
We
Y'all ever
can't,
done
I
that?
have had my crews transport to Victoria. It does cause a little bit longer coming back to transport time. It adds probably about 30 minutes, each way going to and coming back, to Victoria. But we have had a few cases where we've had to take.
Do they have wait times over there like you do in Corpus?
Likely, the reason the wait times are so bad is the hospitals are facing nursing shortages.
Yeah.
So they're kind of up against the wall with staffing issues on themselves, and not necessarily in the ER, but on the floors where they can't staff all their beds, so it limits the number of patients they can move up, and then the ER overflows and kind of everything kind of spills out into the street, if you will. So, and then the other issue you have is with HCA owning CCMC and Spawn, and Christus owning Spawn. A lot of patients care in those networks, all their physicians and their surgery and everything. So to transport them into another hospital's system disrupts a lot, and we're very conscious to make sure we get the patient to the hospital system, that their
Insurance?
their insurance covers, that their care plans are already part of. But yeah, if they ask to go to Victoria, they certainly can. Just most of the care plans are either through the HCA system or the Spawn system.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Caitlin. Caitlin Frazier with Animal Control, Animal Care, page 49.
I also have these for
That's okay.
You Caitlin.
My name's Caitlin Frazier. I'm the Director of Aransas County Animal Care. I kind of put this little presentation together to try to help with the better explain the cost of the intakes, cost of transporting, cost of answering the calls, overtime and stuff as that, and as well as what it pertains when we have the animals in our shelter and what it costs us.
Caitlin, move a little closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. How it goes into call and time spent, impoundment cost, care cost, cleaning cost, reports and follow-ups. I did break it down from 4 years in the call volumes per jurisdiction as well. Go to the next page. In 2022, we had just in the county alone, 2,371 calls, 544 intakes. And that's just the county, not including from town of Fulton in 2022, dispatched 257, intakes were 27. Dispatch calls in 2020 for Rockport were 1,228 and intakes were 240. That has actually changed somewhat, but kind of staying in the county, it went up, but everywhere else it kind of stayed stagnant. If not, it dropped. But there is becoming an increase. Intakes have actually kind of been to where it's almost the same, even with us cutting down with as much as not taking any in owner surrenders. Contained by non-owner and finders, we do give them the paperwork that they have to sign per animal that we pick up. They have to sign it, fill out where they found it, how long they've had it. They do understand that we are not a no-kill facility, that the chance of the animal being euthanized is there. We offer them a chance to be able to house the dog with them until we can bring it in. Most of that is a no. And it does show to make sure that my officers are doing their job out in the fields and scanning them properly to try to get them to their owners if they're microchipped on those paperworks to try to cut down, bring it in. We also don't accept any animals at the door to try to lower the intakes. But that doesn't really kind of seem to help. They still just go back to where they found it and call us. So it's kind of one of those things that we're trying to, but it is a big issue with what's going on. And we also noticed an increase of picking ups injured and having to euthanize because they're severely injured or severely sick because of the upscale of animals. There's going to have that outbreak of illnesses that we've had to euthanize due to sicknesses. Let's see. So far this year in 2024, the amount of animals brought in is 380. So far in 2024, the animals being out, 349.
Is that for the county?
That is city and county and town of Fulton.
380.
That is a complete 380. I can let you know that our adoptions have increased this year to where we already have alone in adoption 65 animals. And reclaimed animals, that has gone up pretty high to 74 animals. So we are avidly, as a county entity, getting as many animals out as much as possible. The rescues this year have pulled out in the cats 50 and in the dogs 56. And that is all that's been pulled out by rescue so far this year. But I know that they're working hard. The reason I say it that way is because all the conferences and trainings that we have gone to and talked to, I've talked to people from Brazil, Greece. I've talked to people from local states, Colorado, New Mexico. Everybody's dealing with the exact same things. Every single humane society, every single shelter is dealing with this impact of everything being entirely too full. And it is costing entirely too much as well to house them. There's nowhere to put them. There's no way to care for them. And that is where now the part of capacity to care comes into play. And that is what we're avidly working on and trying to maneuver and trying to get to where we don't have to do as many euthanasias if we do not fix this problem. So that being said, when we go to the next page, it says cost per intake. Now, this was based off of the Rockport as well, but it has all three jurisdictions. This is the cost per intake, and this is just the intake cost. This is the $50 fee that we charge owners who, if we find your dog running at large, we pick it up, you pick it up the next day, then it's $50. But if we pick it up, you pick it up 3 days ago, 3 days from that, it's the $50 on top of $10 per additional day that we do charge the owners to be able to reclaim their animals. Because if you were missing your animal, you would have called within 24 hours to try to pick up your animal. If your animal is used to running around, you wait until how long it is that you usually see your animal. And that's when they come pick up their dog, pay, we write them citations and go from there. In 2023, the cost per intake for the city of Rockport was $7,150. For the town of Fulton was $1,350. And for the county was $33,600. And that's just based off of the one day, if the dog stayed one day. When you add in the cost of average stay, which dogs right now, their average stay in shelter is 50 days and the average cat stay is 12. I broke down through the jurisdictions with the number of intakes they had based off of in the 2023. And dogs for the Aransas County was 335 intakes for 50 days was $180,000 or $880,900. For Aransas County cats was 237 for 12 days. That comes out to 119,000. Aransas County intakes totals comes out to 299,900. And that's just for the county.
That's the cost of when you bring a dog in the first day or an animal in the first day, it costs $50 basically to handle that animal and process it and everything.
Yes, sir. That should also include, that $50 is also to include the gas to go out there. It honestly, in my opinion, should go up due to the fact that everything else is getting more expensive. But at the same time, if we make it too expensive, they will not be able to afford to reclaim their animal, and then we're stuck with the animal anyways. So to think realistically, we can't just keep making that part go up, because then it's just gonna be more on us to either try to wait until we can find somewhere for it, wait for somebody to adopt, or wait till the choice has to be made. But at that point, you've already put that much money into it. Why not try to get it rescued?
So Caitlin, how many animals would you say you have that have been there over 60 days?
I only have one.
Good.
So I'm trying avidly. Unfortunately, the last 2 weeks, I've literally, each call we've had are 2 dogs at the same place. And I've looked at my officers because they're like, what do we do? And I said, you go out there and you talk to every neighbor. You talk to every person that's walking the street. Have you seen this dog? Do you know this dog? And start going from there. You can, if there's any kind of identifications or somebody says, hey, I've seen that at Rockport Vet, call them and be like, hey, do y'all recognize this dog? Do you know it? Now it's far-fetched, but sometimes it works. It's a small enough town. We post them adamantly as soon as they get into the trucks or as soon as they get back to the shelters onto our Facebook page and try to get them located that way. That's why our reclaim's been so high. It has worked really well trying to get it that way. It's been rough trying to deter as many as we can, because we know in the end result, again, if you look at the animals dead on arrival, it has picked up immensely because they're out there getting hit by cars and stuff. I mean, we had 8 cats, 3 dogs, possums, wildlife, raccoons. Died in shelter are the animals that came in severely sick, and by the time we could get them to the vet, they already passed away. Like, it's one of those to where we're hitting the other side, and it's just not right, because just like our fear was, is they're dying out there suffering and pain instead of coming in and not being in pain.
And this is very helpful information. But really, we're just looking at the budget today, just our first pass.
Okay.
So they're only like 15-minute increments, and we have the next 2 departments behind you.
Okay.
But I appreciate you giving us this kind of breakdown so we know, but if you want to talk about what's in your budget.
Yes, so going to that pertaining to all of this is exactly why I wanted to go into that. So looking at our budget, there was something that I've actually brought up with Jackie and Tana before that I don't have, and we just kind of put one on there. Didn't have a line item for case court situations, like if I have a
Oh, yeah, we
seizure.
saw them.
Right.
Court costs.
Right, court cost. We didn't have a number for that. And so I talked with our other officer, Tish, who has been there for 14 years now. And we evaluated from our most expensive, which would have been the animal hoarding case. And that was about $8,000. So we were thinking for the initial to try it out for a year is $10,000. That will cover for when we have animal abuse cases, animal cruelty cases, animal abandonment cases, or Lord, hopefully never another hoarding case. It will cover the vet costs for us to get that done and not have to rely on donation monies to be able to take those animals to the vet to get it analyzed, to be able to make the owner who did that responsible. The other thing is
But,
on,
but it's not in there, is it?
It was not in what you received. I'm sorry. It was not on what you received. Caitlin talked to me about it after y'all already.
Okay,
received
so
it.
we'll see that in August.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm not sure what happened. I called them because I was like, I don't see it.
Well, it was already, by the time you called us, we had already distributed the documents.
Okay.
Okay,
So you're thinking 10,000 in there?
yes, sir.
Okay,
'Cause
he had
if-
originally told me 15, but.
Oh, I went, I reevaluated. 10,000. Actually, Jackie, I think the 15 is the one for the shelter animals.
Yes, you had given me 15 for both of them.
Oh, 15 for both? Okay. For the shelter animals, there is not a line item for the shelter animals to go to the vet. It used to be in the professional services. Like if our shelter animals come in and after the 3 days, we notice they have diarrhea, coccidia, they have an injury, or they get injured in the shelter, I do not have a line item that takes those animals to a vet.
So that $2,000 should be 17,000?
Yes.
Because this morning I asked the question that we had allocated into 2 line items under the healthcare sales tax, where it was going to help pay for spays and neuters, and then the other was, I think, rabies and other services.
Oh, yeah.
It was mostly just rabies and spay and neuters from what I've talked with the auditors. That is strictly just to get animals spayed and neutered and their rabies vaccine for when they're in quarantine, rabies vaccines for when they're adopted, and the spay and neuter for when they're adopted.
Okay. So it couldn't be in there. So you're going to add 15 to the professional services? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am, it'll be $17,000 now.
What are your insurance premiums? That went up a lot.
The insurance premiums, that I haven't,
460,
Probably on the building.
It's the building.
the building?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So do we have out there, do we have how much liability do we cover up?
It's just under our general liability. It's nothing, any
So how much
extra.
what are our limits on there per incident?
I
Just
would
seems
have to
like-
double check, Bubba. I don't know. off the
Seems
top of my
like
head.
just messing with, especially if you had bad dogs or animals. Maybe we've never had anything like that, but
I would have to double check on what our limits are, but it falls under the general liability. Yes, sir.
I wanted to also bring up on conference and dues, because we did hire a 4th ACO. I want to give them the chance to be able, as educated as I am in our field and with our occupation, to be able to better assess and help the citizens of Aransas County. And I did ask for a slight increase of 1,000. So it would make it 5,500. So that way we can be able to get them to the class and trainings that they need, like dangerous dog investigators, cruelty investigators, animal behavior analysis, those type of behavior classes that are offered. Now I am trying to get those people to come and train here. So that way I can help not only just our area, but the coastal Bend region, because we can invite the other ACOs as well as certain sheriff's officers and our deputies and our PD officers to get those trainings. It's been a little bit harder than anticipated, more on their scheduling part because we are so far south. Otherwise, we have to go up to Hutto, or there's other places in Laredo, but we really don't go there. We mostly avidly try to stick with the Hutto area instead of having to spend that. But we try to get them to come down here. So I am trying to get that to where maybe next year it could be lower, but just for this year, so I can get my officers the best training, so we have the best ACOs out there working the field.
so have you ever thought about trying to, whoever teaches the class, solicit them to come down here and invite surrounding cities and counties to join in?
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. I've actually got one leadership class that was able to come down in July 27th. And then of this year, and then I had a Corpus was able to do 2 of our girls euthanasias, as well as create a class specifically for us to be able to get them done. So I am trying and talking. I had another lady who was supposed to come down, but then she just kind of, we set it up in email and she was supposed to give me back a date and she never got back with me. So I don't
So
know.
Where are we holding these training?
The trainings is usually when I talk to the agricultural life extension and they usually let us use that conference room.
Good.
And
what I
it
was
helps
thinking.
out. Yeah, it helps out pretty well because if there's not parking on that side, we usually just try to do it in our parking and we walk. So, and we had some there before when I was just in ACO, but it's hard to get the Corpus people to come back for some reason. I don't know what stopped them. I don't know if it was on their side, but I've tried to get them to come back and so far it's more, they do remote now. So trying to do it that way as well.
They do remote. Is that what you said? They do remote training?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
it's
And Zoom.
Zoom wise.
Okay.
And then you have to do like with the euthanasia, the girls did Zoom and then they had to drive to Corpus on Saturday and go do the actual in training, physical. And then was uniforms. The judge and I discussed wanting the girls to look a little bit more professional. We thought of the tactical pants. Now, with that being said, they're like $75 a piece, and that would be like 2 pants per my officers. And right now, they can't even afford everyday living, let alone trying to buy $75 tactical pants. So I was asking for a slight increase in uniforms to be able to get them the tactical pants to look more professional.
What was the increase? Because right here it shows the same as this year.
The increase that I had was 4,000 because we also were doing it for our kennel techs as well. Normally it was just spring clothes that you didn't mind ruining. But I wanted to try to get them some scrubs. One, so that they felt a part of a team, and two, it looks a little bit better when they're in scrubs and cleaning and they feel a part of the shelter instead of just there cleaning.
Right.
On number 580, machinery and equipment, it shows 60,000. And this year it showed 60,000, nothing had been spent.
Actually, so we did get the truck with that 60,000, correct? So we did get the truck and we were actually adding additional 20,000 for the cages. Because the cages that we were needing to help the safety of with our officers, it has a lift on the side and that particular cage model had to be an F-250, I believe. So we had to get a more expensive truck to be able to put those cages on because the original, I was trying to stay within the budget, but we wouldn't have been able to actually get adequate cages to do what we're wanting them to do or needing them for. It was just more of, okay, here's a new truck, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted it to be adequate to where we're actually going to use it properly and more conducive.
Instead of 60, it should be 20 there.
20,000, yeah.
We have not received the truck yet.
No.
But it'll be expensed this year.
Provided we. get
Receive
this-
it?
We'll receive it this year.
Okay, so that's why
But
nothing
there's
has
a
been.
chance that might go down by 40,000.
It might go down, but
But
it
that would
may
be
have to go up if we have to buy the other.
So what is the split on her budget between us, the city, and I don't think Fulton paid.
Yeah, Fulton does. I believe currently
It's 108, I think the city paid.
it's 108. It's like $88,550 a month for the city. And I want to say that Fulton's is about 1,500 or so.
Yeah.
I would have to double check on that
Yeah.
number, but I know the city's is 8,550.
Caitlin, I personally would like to compliment you because one animal over 60 days from where we were a year or two ago is unbelievable.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
You've done a great job.
I'm trying.
No, you're succeeding.
You know, I had a constituent complain about a couple of incidents they thought that they weren't doing their job. When I approached her about them, that they had already been handled. It was just the person didn't realize
Yeah.
that there's, and she's being very
I don't remember
proactive.
the number, but a year or two ago, the number that we had, I mean, we had some of them that'd been there a year or more.
Yeah, and the only reason this one animal's there is we're a behavior analyzing him. The conference I just went to, I attended 2 of those classes to where we are actually watching his behavior. And depending on if he continues down this road, his behavior will not be.
This is not
adequate.
still one of those pit bulls from the incident where the person died
Those animals are not there.
long ago.
Yeah. Those animals are not there. This one was actually pertaining to the hoarding case. So with him being one of the older ones from that case and having that feral behavior, it's been a trial trying to get him to acclimate into normal domestication to be able to be adopted. But unfortunately, with him being 4 years old, I don't know if he's already too far. So it's just kind of one of those things that we are sitting there watching him and getting paperwork on him to verify if he's going to be able to move or not. So, but thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Caitlin.
So Mike,
Yes. Mr. Gear. All right, we got the airport fund and emergency management fund. Start off
emergency management's on 17.
Yeah, try to do my best to keep you guys ahead of schedule. So let's do emergency management first, if it's okay. It's an easy
Okay.
one.
So that was
17.
17.
The one correction I need to make here or addition I need to make is we're going to give the assistant emergency manager a cell allowance for 420 a year. So that will take that budget line up to 1320 from 900. If, did you already make it? Okay, good. Oh, somebody already did that? Okay, got it. I didn't have
Yes,
that on
sir,
my.
I added that.
Okay, thank you so much. And then, other than that, in my previous request or submission, I had already included the additional for conferences. And for, let's see, I think that was travel and meals. So I'd like to be able to send her to a couple of conferences if I can.
What's a miscellaneous?
Miscellaneous. I think that just was for like me, if we have to buy food for training, we're gonna start hosting more trainings here. Occasionally I'll ask you if I could spend $100 to buy snacks so that we can make it more comfortable when we host a training. That's what that's gonna be for. Any further questions on that? Again, you're budgeting, a fair salary, I think, for an emergency manager. We're between the assistant and I, we're not representing even half of that. So you're saving money on this budget at the end of the year. It's important to remember that ultimately, as I try to change culture and convince you that you need to fund the whole department going forward. Maybe it will cost something in the future, but for now, we're saving money on it.
So have you hired the assistant?
Yes, Jen Bostic started 2 weeks ago. This is her second full week. And she's working really hard in the background, so
But
I'm very
this-
pleased.
She also worked for the COG?
She works for the COG full time, but she works from home most of the time. And so her job, the COG is deliverable based. And so she just has a task that she needs to complete in a certain amount of time and if she's generally is ahead of schedule on those. And so she has the
So does she
time.
contract with the COG?
I don't know how that is with the COG. I think she's a full-time employee. Yeah.
I don't know if any of them are. I think they're all like,
Are they all
Some are
contracts?
contract, yeah.
Okay.
they're all grant based.
Yeah, it's grant based. So that makes sense. It would be contract.
But it's
So
all right with
180.
them?
I'm sorry.
It's all right with them if she.
RJ Thomas is her reporting official at the COG and I had the conversation with him prior to making the job offer. He's perfectly okay with it.
189
Okay, for airport?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
and
189.
190.
I don't have anything to add or
The airport one, 189.
189 and
Starts at
190.
the revenue page is. I don't have anything to add to that. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But I think there are some potential questions with the expense side.
Well, just so that you know, I asked Colin this morning because last year on your telephone expenses, which are pretty high, he had indicated that in February of this year, that would be dropping significantly, and I had asked him about it. And he said that there was a delay. Oh, Colin's here.
Sure.
Because AT&T takes months to process requests, but that hopefully that should be getting processed towards fall.
I actually just sent the email to Tracy to put it on for Monday's commissioners.
Okay,
So
Maybe
if it
sooner.
was supposed to happen months ago,
So the contract expired and we put in the request to AT&T. They initiated with their people and trying to negotiate also about this building is part of the reason it took so long. Because I wanted to bring this building down, knowing that we're spending quite a bit for the connection of this building, but they're not willing to budge, being that we're intending on getting out of this building in 6 months. They wanted a 2-year commitment.
so if the airport were not in, probably other people should have dropped some time ago. Is it gonna be retroactive or?
Not with AT&T. They will not.
Maybe we should renegotiate with somebody else.
We have AT&T and Spectrum, and Spectrum is a lot more expensive.
yeah, and AT&T owns Spectrum now.
And what?
I think AT&T bought out Spectrum,
Really?
which is crazy because they both solicit your business, but
Well, they both have internet here in town.
yes, I know.
Well, we have internet from both of them. Almost sounds like.
So I just was gonna mention that about the.
Mike,
telephone.
I know you've been saying since Harvey, haven't been generating the revenue you normally would generate. So what kind of deficit are you projecting for 2025 right now?
It's at least $100,000 a year.
Okay.
That we're not generating because of the poor hangers that made money for us that we don't have. But you know, that you can look back going to 2018. I know that going back, if you went back even further, 2014, our insurance premiums were $40,000 a year, and now they're, you know, $250,000 a year and just going up. So, but with asking y'all a few months back to drop the wind, and then maybe create a special fund to call it Rebuild the Airport Fund. That'll hopefully, we're working toward saving money on what we're spending. The issue is if I price the hangars at a rate commensurate with what our M&O is with those high insurance rates, we're going to reach what I consider the delta that we're not going to be able to rent them anymore.
I got you.
Nobody's going to pay those rates. So I think we're right on the ragged edge of that on what we can do, but I'd be interested to see, I guess we're going to set up, will there be a fund set up for the insurance payment?
We will have to set that up at this point. The airport does not have the revenue. I mean, we're already hitting general fund for just expenses, so I haven't set it up yet. It is intended to be set up and is scheduled to be set up, but there's no way to fund it at this point from airport. And unfortunately, with the courthouse and other things, haven't put the money in there yet. I mean, airport's already in the red.
Yep.
So
We're gonna get past it. I know that. It's just.
Yeah.
we will, it's just, I did not feel comfortable moving money over and putting the airport into a deeper hole at this point. And I can move it from general fund and still be but until we, the courthouse is complete, we don't know where we're gonna be with that either, so.
Yeah, I would agree with mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
But we do have insurance this year.
We're paid this year, you say? Yes, ma'am.
So no storms.
Yeah,
No
well, we'll
storms.
talk about that tomorrow, maybe.
No storms.
I'll send you a Zoom link.
Just keep saying no storms.
Do the best you can. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Let's see. Yeah, Sheriff, he's scheduled first. Sheriff, are you ready? Okay. Sorry, Anthony, the sheriff's before you on the schedule. Morning, Sheriff.
Morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, afternoon. Sorry, I've been doing that all afternoon.
Good day.
Page 37.
I don't have any revisions or additions I don't like to make to what we've presented to y'all. I do want to clarify and explain some of the changes that we're proposing and what drove it is that last year, the Texas legislature, in a response to Uvalde, in a knee-jerk deal, came out and said every peace officer in the state of Texas, including your sheriffs, will attend 16 hours of alert training every 2 years. And that was in addition to what we were already covering. With that means more time at the gun range and some special equipment that we've been acquiring over the last year, year and a half. When they came out with the legislation, we saw a roadblock coming down the road because you're going to have a course that every officer in the state of Texas has to complete in the next 2 years. The equipment comes from Alert out of the university. They've only got a limited amount of that equipment and they drop ship it to you in containers. You use it that week, you ship it back. The instructors as well were short to come by. So we reached out to them last year and in December, we hosted a train the trainer class here. And we had, I think, 7 officers that we put in it. The PD put some in. We've got surrounding agencies had officers in it. We have enough officers here to teach Alert without having to send them somewhere or wait to get instructors. But what we'll have to wait on is equipment because there's still an infinite, there's just a certain amount of that. And I don't want to be hung up with that at the last minute in August before a September deadline and say we can't satisfy the training. So we've been acquiring some of the munitions for the, that we use in simunitions and in the class and in the drills associated with that. So some of the budget for the training academy, we did make an increase there, and it's also going to impact my officers with more time at the range. You'll see that as well.
So that's on a different page though.
Well, I think some of the addition is in the training on the sheriff's office budget, not in the training academy. I believe it's in both places.
Because 5,000 went up in the sheriff's budget for training.
Yes.
Went from 25,000 to 30,000.
Yes.
Okay.
We're trying to build that into where we can acquire the equipment we need to be self-sufficient in the training and not have to wait for Alert or wait for equipment from them. I do believe that after a couple of years, I think the legislature is going to back off of that. I think it was an overreaction. I think it's 16 hours and every 4 years would be a little easier for people to scatter in the you have two-year cycles in the 4-year training deal. And if they'd have broke it up or back it down a little bit, then you can spread that equipment that the Alert has over 2 years and not have everybody at the same time scrambling for it. But in the meantime, I hope to have acquired our own. We have quite a bit of it already. We still have some that we need to acquire to where that we can conduct our own class. These classes can be conducted in any building that has hallways and classrooms it could be a business, it can be how a business is on the market. But the train the trainer class had to be taught in a school. It had to be in a school environment. So we did that out at Live Oak Elementary in December. They've been very accommodating and working with us because they benefit out of this as well because we train at all their campuses. We used Fulton, we used Live Oak, and we've been at the middle school. We're trying to expose the officers locally as well as those that attend to different scenarios and environments. But that's a lot of what has driven the budget going forward in the next year. It's kind of trying to get prepared for that as TCO starts to tighten that down at the end of next year.
What about the $70,000 increase in office furniture and equipment?
That's for IT equipment. We've had a discussion with Colin about what was covered in the budget, and it's standard stuff, the computers, the monitors, but we have routers and servers that go on the radio equipment stuff that we have, and we store a lot of download from the video, the body cams, as well as the dash cams in the car. And I have to have that money in there, as well as the fact that last year Data 911, who does our in-car systems, has informed us they're no longer going to support them. They were bought out by a larger corporation who is concentrating on government contracts in the military. They're not going to do law enforcement going forward. We've been told that the body cams we had, as well as the cars in the unit, not to send them in because they weren't going to, they'd just ship them back. We, since then, have completed the acquisition of body cams through Motorola and got those deployed in the field so that we're not running around without documentation of what's going on at calls.
So we replaced what we had.
We replaced the body cams that we have. We have not touched the cars and the in-car units and the dash cams. That's something that we've got to start building out. We can't afford that in any one year, so we want to incrementally go at that. But this is in response to a question with Colin about what was covered in our IT. Was he budgeting all of it? The only thing he's going to cover are the routine things within the office that other departments have. Stuff at your desk, your keyboards and mouse and.
You're talking about the folks in Victoria that came to us with such a good recommendation.
Well, Motorola has stepped up after Harvey, and they're the ones that came in and did the radio equipment for us. Well, actually, that's Victoria Communication, but they're dealing with Motorola as well. The Motorola purchase and stuff that we made came out of an office in the Galveston, Houston area. Motorola, or Victoria Communications, will do a lot of the installation and the service on it. And but that's where the 70,000 is to cover the servers and routers that we have that are specific to our download for the cameras as well as the radios.
And what about the 140,000 in machinery and equipment?
That's the vehicles, which we've had before. Y'all, last year, I think budgeted 130 or 140 this last
140
year.
for
Yes,
this
ma'am.
year, but it
Correct.
looks like only 4,000 has been spent.
We haven't received our car. We've just ordered the cars. So that's coming. And the balance will be the SB 22 money to make the 6-car purchase. But we had to stay, we can't use the SB money to supplant the entire budget, so you can't close out the vehicle line. We'll have to continue to ask for the money to what we routinely did prior to Harvey. We jumped up to $300,000 in the previous 2 years from last year. But backing down to the 130, 140 where we were at is what we were doing before. So we're good with the state of Texas. SB 22 is a 2-year deal, so we should receive funding again next year. The money this year, we've ordered 6 vehicles, which will close out replacement of all the Chargers we have. We will no longer have any after the end of this year when we get the vehicles. And one of the pickups that we acquired out of Harvey. We will still have the investigator pickups that came from Harvey as well, and they'll be a part of next year's rotation. But we will need that money with the SB 22 money to pull off that replacement.
What is that money that you're saying?
Senate bill.
Senate Bill 22, I'm sorry. It was $350,000 the state has allocated to all counties of our size. And the first caveat is that you have, the sheriff's salary has to be 60,000 or more, and all deputies have to make, I think it's 45,000. So we were good with that. And after you meet those 2 requirements, then you can spend the money on other approved projects or line items. And part of that is automobiles and weapons, training material and such. To first of all, deal as long as you satisfy the salary deals. Now, what's going to happen after next year with, who knows? Yeah, but the funding this time was 2 years, so we'll have it this year and next year is my understanding.
So were there counties that didn't meet those requirements, and what happened with them?
They had to use that 350,000 to raise the salaries. Now, your next question is what's going to happen in 2 years, sir?
Did any of them elect not to do that and not take the money?
Not to my knowledge. Most of them, the question came, the courts went ahead and raised it, and they're going to go retroactive and charge it back to SB 22. Because the question was, do they do it because it didn't fall within the budgeting guidelines that the counties and the budgets they were setting, but they knew the money was coming. When it would be released, nobody really knew. My question, and I think a lot of people's concern, is going to be after next year, what happens in a county where you've raised those salaries and now the funding is pulled?
I read some stuff on the list
What's going to hurt? Now you've got an unfunded mandate that you did for 2 years, and you're going to, so I don't know. I don't know if they're going to drop it on the counties or continue to fund it. Who knows? But we haven't used any of it for salaries. We didn't need that. We were good there. Ours would be vehicle purchases, and there may be some left over, but we're going to look at part of the alert training as well as replacement of the firearms that we hand out because they're 14 years old now, and it's time to get them cycled out before we have some kind of a fatal mishap with them. Don't want the thing to jam. Springs have gotten weak in some of them. Some of the stuff you've maintained and changed out, but that's over the expected life of any firearm sidearm.
You doing the detention center too?
Yes, ma'am. Back on the sheriff's office side, I think we did see a reduction in the fuel. 2 years ago, we raised that because we were anticipating, the rumor was $5 a gallon. Since we have not done it, we did back off of that some in my proposal that I submitted, cut that back some to be more reflective of what's going on. The additional $500 that we put on the animal line was because we cut it from 4,000 last year to 2. And for the canines, and we're on a run rate now for about $2,600 this year. So we did ask to improve, increase that 500 back up to 2,500 and see where we go.
All right, move on to the jail. Page 38. Oh, I'm sorry,
39.
39.
Within the jail, you'll see a reduction on the food, and I do it somewhat reluctantly, but the reality is we don't have as many inmates and haven't had in the last 6 or 8 months as we customarily were holding with the cut back in the federal marshal service. Now, whether that changes in November, and I may regret this, this time next year and say, gee whiz, we should have had more money. But the food costs have been a little, relatively stable, but most of the reduction that I'm putting in there is because of the reduction in the population that we've had in the center.
And in miscellaneous supplies, because you'd projected 35,000 for this year, but right now it's at 8,400. But you're projecting 35,000 next year too.
Where are you at?
313. 313 on detention center.
So,
I'm showing that flat.
right, but I'm just looking at year to date, which shows about 8,400 spent.
Okay.
I mean, it's certainly varied over the last.
What is
several years.
miscellaneous?
Yeah, I'd have to.
What goes in there?
It could be any supplies. I couldn't tell you anything at the top of my head right now without having to look into a detailed report I could pull and get back with you.
Actually, we'd have to go last year and see just what all went into that, because the kitchen appliances, I believe, is in the small equipment. Well, no,
Yeah, I believe that is correct, Sheriff. You do.
that's in, okay, we have a small equipment later on
Yeah.
under the capital that covers washers, dryers, and the mixers and such like in the kitchen, but I'd have to pull that and get back with you, and I can tell you what we've spent it on in the past and what all falls under that line.
How are you doing on the contracted inmates from is it marshals or?
The marshal service is still kind of up in the air. In a conversation with T. Michael O'Connor, who is the U.S. Marshal for the Southern District, and he was the Victoria Sheriff up until 6 years ago. He said it's from Washington down in all aspects. There's a reluctance to detain anybody. And you've seen that at the border. You've seen it with ICE. You see it now in the federal courts. They're just going to give somebody a date to show up, next year, year after. I've heard that Border Patrol there's people that are giving court dates out in 2027 for some of these people that have been stopped, identified, and then given dates out 3 years from now to show up. There's just a reluctance in all aspects of the federal government right now to detain anybody. Robstown's population has remained pretty steady at the private facility, but the other agencies around, we house more prisoners right now, I think, out of Clayburgh County than we do out of the Marshal Service. It's remained steady, but it's awful flat. And until if you see a change, in November going into next year, I don't know if we'll see. Let's go back into the apprehension, the detention business.
Jackie, the income side of that, have you adjusted that accordingly to?
right now, it is May. expected like a little over.
Sounds like maybe you need to reduce it some more.
Yeah, it's very possible because we're looking at probably about 200, well, right at $254,000 as of the end of May. So,
Current to date.
yes, sir.
What page are you looking at, Jackie?
10, page 10. We did reduce it from the 2 million we had originally done and things that had been dropping till 23 was less, was 820,000. So we've reduced anticipation to 1 million.
Like I said, we've been cutting that over the last couple of years.
Yeah, so where it's looking and the way you're sounding, maybe we need to
Yeah.
cut it even.
Don't
more.
have the crystal ball, but that's where we're going.
All
Well,
right,
If you have it too high, I don't know, to me, it has the makes the budget look better than it really is.
Right.
Yes.
That's been a contention, yes, for years, yep.
Yeah.
We can look at it again in August and bring back to you with some recommendations on it. Can watch how our collections are, how,
Are you getting any from other, I know we have some contracts with other places. Are we getting any from other?
Clayburgh County has probably been the most steady office that have brought people down. We have contracts with Clayburgh, with Williamson County, I believe, and Gonzales.
and
Uh,
Oasis.
Judge, what
And
was
Oasis.
the county that the judge said something about to you that he would close their jail?
Oh, that was in San Antonio.
Contracted?
Yeah, that was San
I
Antonio.
thought it was one of the smaller counties.
Well,
like
Gonzales-
Live Oak.
Gonzales sent us some for a while, and Nueces County probably, while they were overcrowded when we initially started with them, we had at times 25 and 30 prisoners from them, and then
And they kind of repeatedly can't pass their inspections.
they've got caught up, and I don't know whether their courts, I think, was the big part of it. They had a backlog in the courts, and people were still being held up there. They were working on an expansion in their jail year before last and wrapping all of that up. No, they still haven't opened that annex out at McKenzie that they had
Contagious.
before. It's all downtown.
if y'all help me understand something here on 464 and 465, isn't some of that reimbursed from our indigent healthcare?
Yes.
The federal care is reimbursed if we've pre-qualified it with them and notified them that we're going to go do that. The feds will reimburse for the care that they get. The other is out of the indigent healthcare, yes, I believe. And it's
So
part of
if
that.
if your federal inmates are down, do you need to drop what you have budgeted for federal medical? Whatever portion that is of, it would.
Well,
normally be
it's
covered by the-
$10,000 and the wrong inmate with the wrong medical issue could eat that up in a hurry.
Or surgery.
And it should be a rollover deal as long as we have notified them and the medication is the same way with them. If we don't call and get pre-qualification, they have kicked some of that back. And so that's something that the staff with Bingham has been mindful of in the last 3 months.
What you have for 464, is that a good number? That's the one I was looking at. I was confused because 464 is $73,000.
Well, if you look back, Commissioner, at the last couple of years, I mean, last year alone, we ended up at $74,000. So it's basically similar to the other. If you get the wrong one, somebody who has a lot of medical problems or
Yeah,
something, you
made
could
sick or.
really.
So is.
But these are actually, as you asked Commissioner Duknick, they are reimbursed through our healthcare sales tax. We do a transfer.
So this number, basically, it helps us figure out our expenses that are gonna be used from the healthcare sales tax,
Yes,
right?
sir.
That's
Yes,
okay.
sir.
That's what
Yes,
it's
sir.
used for. Okay.
Well, if healthcare sales tax pays for it.
We reimburse general fund from healthcare sales tax for it.
Okay. Probably nothing more than a tracking mechanism for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Well, I'm just thinking back to some of the others, like mechanics and stuff where their budget is actually less because it's paid by other people. This is that kind of a opposite, way of bookkeeping.
Well, we
It's
actually
paid by-
transfer 75% of Fleet's budget is transferred from Road and Bridge. They cover 75% of Fleet's
Yeah.
budget. So 75% of what Fleet's budget is transferred from Road and Bridge to general
But it's
fund.
because they
Because they work on so many of
work
their
on their stuff, yeah.
equipment. And they don't really, they do charge parts, but the labor itself is not necessarily, I've never seen it where they've,
Well, no, what I was
Track
saying
it.
is they have a smaller budget because they charge other departments.
for the parts,
Almost-
the
Almost seems to be like this
personnel is
one,
not.
if it's being reimbursed or if we're being reimbursed to the general fund from the healthcare medical, why should it be budgeted as an expense?
We budget the
Unless they're
expense
that-
here, and then what we do is we actually look at, we transfer whatever that expense is in general fund. We make a journal entry, we transfer it from healthcare sales tax to the general fund to cover the actual expenses. So,
But it's
but
to
it's,
recognize the actual expense.
yeah,
Seems kind of, yeah. Kind of opposite bookkeeping. than the other.
Well, when you look at 23, the actual medical cost it's showing was $74,000.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it's a process, I think, whereby you're going to try to figure out your sales tax and where it's going to go. You could zero the thing out and never really know where you're going to get hit, but at least by creating a budget line, it tracks it for you.
Jackie, would it be trouble, or how much trouble would it be to somehow put asterisk or some kind of a footnote to show, like, say, this expense comes from the sales tax revenue, like a little footnote of some type. So when we look at it, is that something that's ever done, or is that not practical?
The screen right now.
we have notes on our side that actually do that. We just haven't put those notes on y'all's.
Okay.
But
Well, it's
then-
already super tiny. We could enlarge all of them.
I know. We can get you something, and we do another spreadsheet that we use to do a lot of that, for calculations.
Okay, because when you look at that amount, it looks, frightening at first. You see that big amount, but really it's an expense that's being paid through another revenue stream.
Right, and we,
Those revenues are also budgeted in here, so it essentially is a wash.
We do the same thing when you go back to sheriff's office and the overtime line. I mean, year to date right now, it's at $56,000 against a $50,000 budget, but it's reimbursed from Stone Garden and grant activity. And so it becomes a wash again for 90% of the overtime.
I think what Commissioner, or maybe is this what you're trying to say? It's like in Renee's budget for vehicles, there's like an alternator she's budgeting.
In Renee's and Brian's both.
They're both.
This
budgeted.
is kind of the opposite method of bookkeeping as is used in there when we're doing the same thing.
It's like budgeting the same item twice.
but we're not actually budgeting the expense in there. All we do is we take what those numbers are. Have it on this line. We take those numbers that are in the detention center, and we just do a transfer from.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
If we did Renee's budget and
Blake.
is it Brian?
Blake.
Blake's budget the same way, their budget would show a larger, that's kind of the question I was asking him, if he had figures to show the total of all the work he did for everybody, the sheriff's department and everybody else, because the way his budget is, that stuff is in their budget. To me, this seems, the bookkeeping is
Well,
the opposite.
Okay, when Blake does something, it's not charged in his and then he turns around and bills them. It actually goes straight into their account. So it's not budgeted twice. It's not moved back and forth. And
I'm
I
not
see what you're
questioning that. I'm just saying, to me, the way that you're doing the books on on this is the opposite of what you're doing on theirs. Where you show it.
Basically, yes, it is the
Okay,
opposite.
that's. As long as I know what it is, I'm making a note down there and
But-
say, this is not relative to the other two budgets.
All right. Hey, Sheriff, how you doing?
I'm gonna say this is the way I've done it for 15 years now.
I know, but you weren't looking at the other, I mean,
No,
two other departments.
But you
that-
changed department heads there multiple times in 15 years, and I think we've seen a change in the way fleet, I know in sheriff's office
Yeah,
and the way
we've
things were
changed the
built.
bookkeepers a few times too in that period of time, so.
Do it any way you want it.
I'm just.
All right, I appreciate it.
Environmental health.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Brooks. All right, Mr. Van Meter, good afternoon.
Good.
Yeah, I remember.
Got it.
All right, page 32.
Yeah, 32 is facilities maintenance.
Uh,
Yeah, what's the right number for him?
45. Environmental, all right. Looks like you went up on professional services. Oh, is that for?
What's that?
You went up on professional services on 410?
It looks, I mean, it looks like I just, basically I
Oh.
kept everything the same.
It looks about the same.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, it looks.
it says a variance
even wrong.
3,600.
It never, it
wasn't
wasn't budgeted in for this year.
Oh.
That's the difference.
Well, year to date is
year
37.
to date.
Yeah, the year to date is
budget.
there, but there was no budget for professional services last year. So do you know what professional services covers, Anthony? Is that the mulching?
No, that's the transfer station
Okay.
budget.
So do you know, are there any abatements scheduled for this year?
We're working on that right now, sir. There's a couple of properties, I can't see. There's a couple properties that, they're actually working with us, but there's another couple that we're in the process of, we're at the last leg of the, hey, you gotta either go with what we're telling you, or we're gonna have to do it for you. And we're gonna have to probably go the lean process and whatever on that. But, it's only like one or two. And I believe that abatement budget's what, 10,000?
Yeah. And it doesn't take very many to hit 10,000
Nope.
when you.
No, it's not, especially with the amount of.
It's one job.
Because we've done some house tear downs over the years and.
Mhm. Now, like I said, there's basically like 6 to 8 properties in the county that's really,
I guess there were way more than that.
yeah. Well, I mean, that are really, really bad. And the ones that we're addressing, and we get the complaints and we went through the process of all
What
the
are the
paperwork.
ones that you're thinking might qualify for this?
There's one off Monkey Road. I'm not sure of the exact address.
There's more than one on Monkey Road.
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's the Charlie Brown property. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's got like probably 6 or 7 abandoned trailers that are just,
Yeah, right in there off of south of Corpus Christi.
yes, sir.
Part right in there.
There's a lot of debris. It would take.
Whatever happened to the property that they found the body in?
That's it.
Was that it? That was it.
That's it. That's the one.
Okay, then right south of that, there's another property that has a bunch of old trailers and stuff. The one, unless I'm misinformed on where the body was found because there's one right as you start going south on
There's-
Monkey, and then you get just a few more lots down, and there's a bunch more trailers. Weeds are all growing up around.
There's one on the right. I mean, as you go down south to the right to the next, I believe it's the next road. And that's the Ochoa property. That one. I'm not sure the one that you're talking about, sir. You said south of there a little bit?
Yeah, if you're going down from Corpus Christi, I think the real bad one is the second or third property.
Yeah, that's.
And then you go on down just a very short distance and it's not as packed as what that property is.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. That's been addressed too. That's been addressed. All the way down Monkey, every one of their properties, the code enforcement officer I have, he's working. He's got a lot of compliance down there too. They're not like overnight, of course, because there's so much, but they're working on it.
So you got 10,000 in your budget. Is there, I think what Commissioner was asking, do you anticipate any for next year? Because do you want to add money to that line item?
We've had it at 10,000 for quite a few years.
I think we'll keep it at that.
Okay.
I just want to see how it works. I mean, if these people become non-compliant to it and they just start continuing adding stuff, then we might have to do something. But as far as this, let's just leave it at 10.
All right.
What about the trailers that are abandoned along the highway? Do they come out of this budget?
That's text dot on the highway. But
Okay.
if they're in the actual, if they're in the right of way or if they're in the ditch on the county roads, then we have to pay for it. Like we just, there's one there at the bridge in Lamar.
Saw that.
And we just hauled it off. It's sitting at the transfer station right now until they can get the investigation done. They found a person that had it, so it's wow.
Oh, but not in it.
Huh?
But there was nobody in it.
No, man.
Okay.
Okay,
No.
that's what it sounded like you were saying.
That was when
No,
it was
no, no.
parked right there. She'd go up to the navigation boat ramps and everything was underneath that.
Yeah, that's where it was. It was only there a couple days.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
We pulled it. I mean, we didn't call them.
So you.
But
found
there was
the
one at
person
the
that-
license and
you-
weigh
You
station.
found the person that
That was-
had it or the person that.
The
actually
person
owned it?
that the trailer was titled to.
Yeah,
So-
so a lot of times they give them away to people. and
Yeah, but I
it comes
mean,
back to home 'em.
that's the leverage point we're using with it, and that's what the sheriff's office using
Okay.
also.
I went and looked up the professional services.
Thank you.
That was actually paying the contract work for a retired OSSF. Mr.
Okay.
Amsden
Oh,
to
yes, right.
train the
Yeah.
new OSSF that was hired after he retired.
Oh, yes, okay.
So what line do y'all use, say if somebody dumps a bunch of junk on the side of the road? What line does that,
That's,
you've got somebody that takes some people and goes and picks this stuff up. I think sometimes you might get Road and Bridge to do it, but
well, we usually do it on our own.
Do you?
But I think we put that under 470, under miscellaneous,
under which one?
470. To my understanding, that's how they was doing it.
That doesn't seem that much on that line for as much as we see scattered around.
All right, let's move on to the transfer station fund. 91. Somewhere around there.
Well, mosquito control.
94.
Transfer station is 163.
Transfer station's 163.
Yes, sir.
All right.
It is? Okay.
So are we going to mosquito control or are we going to something else? Go to 194, is that what I heard?
194. Transfer station fund. You gotta buy anything big this year? Next year?
Man, the way they're going through machinery, I don't know. Be honest with you, it was going good, like when I first accepted the position, but now we're just They're tearing stuff up.
Tearing stuff up.
Yeah, that, we got a
Well,
front
it's
loader.
always been like that at the transfer station.
I mean, like I said, it wasn't nothing major, but now that, like the front loader we have out there for the brush, it's gonna go in gear. They broke, something happened in the gearbox, so we're trying, the mechanic out there is working on it. We're gonna try to get it running. He can get, if he can't get it running, then we have to contract it
Is
out.
that the new
Huh?
loader? That's the new one that? we
Not the
bought?
new one. That's not the backhoe. It's the actual front loader. But it's, that just happened over the weekend, the front loader. I came back and they said, won't move. Like, okay.
Is that something where you could tell them to be more careful or?
Well, you can, but it's just, it's just the nature of the,
Okay.
what they use the
Yeah.
machinery out there for. They're not, a lot of that stuff ain't designed for that. They're smashing and bashing and them tractors ain't made for that. But that's how they have to do it. Actually, no, the new backhoe is actually working out pretty good. We might have to maybe get another, I mean, I don't know. Front loader.
What kind of reserve does he have?
We're looking that up right now because with the stuff that was budgeted this year, they're pretty much used the reserves up. So Tana's pulling it up right now to see what we've got.
Okay.
All right, any other questions concerning the transfer station?
Well, you lowered
Yeah,
what you estimated for repairs and maintenance on motor vehicles.
That was the motor vehicles. They were going good too until recently too.
Well, so I'm just wondering, should we just leave it where it is and be hopeful?
You talking about line item, 453?
453.
Right now, there's about 300,000, but that is before any of these other expenses. I mean, we're not anticipating there being a big fund balance.
So has the building already been paid for?
No, not completely.
What did he ask?
has the building been paid for?
Oh,
No.
They've just started the
They-
major construction.
Yeah, they put, it's up, but they're still working on a little bit. But that's gonna be another.
It's 453. Should you leave it where it's at instead of cutting it 6,000?
for 2025, should we leave it set at the limit for 2024, do you think?
For the,
Motor vehicle repairs and
Repairs.
maintenance?
I think we can leave it where it's proposed.
Okay,
And then, the miscellaneous repairs and maintenance, that's for the vehicles running around down there and they're falling, they're older vehicles, so they take a lot of general maintenance, tires and whatnot, oil changes and just nothing criticals went wrong in them yet.
So are we gonna take the motor vehicle repair back to 96 or we're gonna leave it at 90? What did what did we decide?
she said they just leave it where it is.
Leave it at 90.
At 90?
At 90,
Just leave
okay.
it at 90.
Okay, good.
All right, let's move on. Was it mosquito phone?
Mosquito?
Yes.
94.
How many trucks do you have going right now on that?
On the truck, on the
Mosquitoes?
I got 4. Trying to get 2 other people hired so we can get all 6 going. But I can't get anybody to answer their, I call them in for interviews, they don't show up. I just, it's tough.
So how many hours a night do they work?
They usually run about 10. I'm only allowed to use them 29 hours a week, so they can only run. they
And
can
how
only
much
run
are we paying those
Huh?
guys? How much are we paying those guys?
1271. And it's, I mean, I don't, they call, they're interested, and I set up the interviews, they just don't show up.
So be having two vehicles not being used, that means you've cut about a third of your amount of time to spray because your hours that you're limiting work at, right?
Yeah, if I had more people, we could get more areas done, it'd be less. Like we'd actually hit like all the RV parks.
Cut the budget and increase the grapping.
The chemicals is what's going up, man. The price of the chemicals have went up and they're running through the stuff pretty, I mean, because they're out spraying a lot, so they're running through it pretty quick.
I saw the biggest complaint I saw was that they go too fast.
I don't know, there's no,
Oh.
I mean, there's no way to track it, but I mean, if I haven't heard that, I heard they spray too early.
Well, they normally spray too early just where people can see them spraying, what I've been told in the past. You're wasting your time to do it before dark is what I.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of complaints now because people are saying they're out barbecuing. You know, I mean, it's just, it's a catch 22, so.
Oh, yeah, you're.
Well, I don't want mosquitoes, so just.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's it. I told them to go out a little bit later.
So
Like, ride it when it starts getting dark, right about 9. And
Well, that's what I was always told, that it really doesn't, by some of the past directors, that it really doesn't work when the sun is out because it evaporates real quick. But the reason that they always did it is because
show the presence.
people see them, and the difference in the people that were calling in complaints when they started at dark was way higher because they didn't see them riding around. But the question about the speed, is there a speed that they should be going to
they're right.
where you get the cover?
Right about 8 to 10 mile an hour.
And because they were saying, I thought the deal I saw said 10 miles an hour, which
It's 10 mile an hour because it gives you the good
I mean,
pattern.
it's hard to take your foot off the
Yeah.
gas pedal and go slower than 10 miles an hour.
Yeah. I mean, they say, I mean, I ask them, I ask them how fast you guys go. They all tell me the same thing. 10. And they tell me they're spraying.
So how much does a barrel of it cost?
Well,
I guess you get it in barrels.
like about 6,000. And I'm trying to think how many gallons it gives. I think it's 100. Don't quote me, this is just, I'm trying to remember. I think it's 128 gallons for about 6,000.
128 what?
I think it's around 128 gallon in each one of the drums and big drums.
Oh, you're getting it in those big square?
Yes, sir.
I bet they might be more than that.
I'm not sure. Like I said, don't quote me.
I'd be curious, how much,
I'll get back
how much
with you.
acreage does a gallon, cover, what does it cost?
Well, I got the older machines because they're just, I mean, they work, but they don't spray as well as now we purchased a new machine that was budgeted from last year. And that one does really well. And that one, the gentleman told me today, he's still running on a tank that he filled up at the end of last week. So it runs really good. But I mean, that's $13,000. I can't replace all that.
Not to stir anything up, but we get money for that from healthcare sales tax also? That comes in there all.
Thanks for all of it.
Yeah.
Well, we have a little bit of the tax rate that goes to it, just a very, very small amount from general fund. And then the rest of it is from healthcare sales tax.
Okay. So it takes both.
Yes.
And, all right, thank you, Anthony. Real quick, I know she's not here for AgriLife Extension. She's on her way?
She's on her way.
Okay. I was just gonna
Take
review.
a 5-minute break?
Yeah, 5-minute break. I'm gonna have Caitlin come up real quick. She wants to correct something.
So I wanted to reiterate on something and correct something that I misspoke earlier. When you asked me about the 60 days, my brain went to the 6 months because that's what I've been watching. I have only one dog that's been over there 6 months. That's the one I was speaking to you about. Only 12, besides Friend, have been there over 60 days. I only have 12 out of 56.
That's still a whole lot better than.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was over 6 months before.
Yeah, but I was just in my head, I was prepared for the 6 months because our thing is, our goal is to really have only a 60-day, like what I've discussed with you. That is our goal.
Yeah.
And that's what we're still striving for. But right now, my biggest offline, like number where it's just not acceptable is 6 months. And that's where I have the one, and that's why I talked about it might be
If
that.
you only have 12 over 60 days, you're still doing real good.
Well, thank you. I just
Appreciate
wanted
it.
to fix
Oh,
the
yeah.
wrong.
Thank you,
Thank
Caitlin.
you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All righty, come on down, Ms. Smith. Page 52.
Ginger, did you know you were on the schedule at 1:30?
Yes. She had emailed last month and asked if she could go in the afternoon because she did have prior commitments today. I penciled her in without changing an official schedule. I
Oh.
told her that that would be fine.
Okay.
We typically do tend to just shift and whoever can make it when they can make it.
But
Thank
did you
you.
know you were on the schedule for 1:30?
Yes, so then I asked to have it changed. And it was changed.
Thank you.
Before you ask me questions, can I tell you that there's a mistake on line 150 for longevity? I don't know why it says plus 100. That is an error I must have made.
That's not an error. That is due to your
Oh.
full-time employee
Okay.
staying an additional year longer who gets an extra $100.
Okay. I was like, I don't remember that, but okay,
Oh.
okay. I was embarrassed when I saw it.
All right. Anything else? You're pretty much the same.
Yeah, we didn't ask for
Conference.
any big changes. Yeah, conference fees and travel. That one, we did ask for some more.
And why has the travel gone up so much? I know we added an agent, I think, 2 years ago,
Yeah,
but the cost went up more than double. And the other was for 2 agents. So by adding 1 agent more, I don't see why we had to double it.
I think just the rising costs. Double does sound like a lot, though. I don't know, I don't know.
Travel and meals. Oh, it's meals too. But yeah, it went up. That went up a lot.
How many miles do y'all have on your department vehicle? I saw it's been sitting at the road and bridge for a while. I was curious about that.
Yeah, we have around 100,000, I think. I don't remember exactly yet. The rear differential or something is.
Are y'all having trouble with it?
Yeah, it was making loud noises and Blake thought when you turned, and so he thought he had it fixed, then it was still making it, and he said something about I think it was the rear differential, but
Yeah.
he thought he would have it ready soon. He was waiting for a part.
So, Virginia, I'm just curious about something in the bookkeeping. Y'all work for the ag extension, but Pat works through Sea Grant.
Sea Grant.
So how does the money come? Do we get money in from Sea?
We don't get money for any.
But I mean, they
They get paid. through
y'all
you.
get paid something from them and we pay what we pay.
Right, and I think his
Okay.
money comes from Sea Grant and from AgriLife Extension.
Okay. I just, he mentioned that in the meeting the other morning
Oh,
and I just got to thinking about that.
yeah.
And does Sea Grant also pay for his travel and his meal expenses?
I don't
and
know what they
association
pay.
dues?
He pays for whatever,
We-
it's, I guess we don't budget what they pay and
No, sir. We don't do any of that.
But when he was, yeah, Sea Grant doesn't pay for it. The county is paying for it. So when
That's what I was thinking. The
Yeah.
county's paying for his
Yes, ma'am.
expenses.
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, right, he's reimbursed. It's not like a stipend.
Correct. But if he travels somewhere, the county pays for it.
Yes.
Well, is the county paying any of his salary?
Yes.
Yes.
It's
They're
under the
paying-
temp, I think. Isn't it? Because that's how you and Megan are
Yes, we're
classified.
we're under temp. Yeah, he's getting, I have a hard time with these
Well,
lines.
he would be in the salary in the 103, is that where
No,
they all
it's in
three?
115.
He's
In the
getting
115.
15,625 from the county.
15,000?
Yes, and Megan and I are both getting about 20,452.
The only thing I'd like to revisit is the travel and meals. I mean, it doubled. Maybe go through it again and
Okay,
see what we could do.
doubled since 2023.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, we'll definitely do that.
All right. Any other questions,
Well, the
Commissioner?
association and dues did also, pretty much. Especially, they have it budgeted for 6,900.
For 2024, budgeted for 6,100.
But for next year for
Yeah,
6,900.
$800 for. Can you look at that too?
Sure.
Thank you.
And then just.
Yeah.
To you or to Jackie or?
Both of us.
Okay.
Well, you know, office on number 570. You have $2,400 budgeted, but like this year so far, year to date, you spent at $65. What is that normally used for?
It's used for all kinds of office supplies, or if we need to buy a chair or something or a computer. And we are getting ready to buy a computer.
Okay.
We've had one that is pretty much useless now. And then mine, I think, is gonna have to be repaired because the keyboard is wacky.
So I was looking at Colin, and he just shook his head at me because
Right.
we heard from the constables that they would need a computer eventually, and I wondered if your computers at the Ag Life office were included in what he's.
They buy theirs through A&M.
And then we are charged for half of it.
Yes,
We
Through
pay half of
A&M.
it.
Okay.
Okay.
And is that just for you and Megan and Patrick, or no, that's for anybody who's working out there at that
Yeah,
office?
any computer that we use out there. And this one that we're getting ready to use is at the Master Gardener Help Desk, and they will pay half of our half. The county's half.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you.
3:30.
Do we get something that shows, and this might be a Jackie question, not necessarily Ginger, from Sea Grant showing what they're reimbursing us?
They don't reimburse you, Commissioner. We get nothing from them.
Okay.
All we're paying for is his portion of salary that is our responsibility. We don't get anything from them.
But you
Right.
said like if they get computers, we pay some portion of that.
They bill us, but that's A&M. That's not Seagrass. That's the A&M.
Well,
They
it's
pay
kinda
for
all
half of it and.
Kind
we
of all
pay
the
for half
same
of it.
thing, just.
Well, A&M, they go through their,
Purchasing.
where they're purchasing, and then they bill us half of whatever it costs.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Give us
Is
the-
that it?
That's it. Have a motion to
Motion to adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
Got a motion? Got a second?
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Hi.
Commissioner Duke,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Hi, we are adjourned at 3:32. Thank you.